Okay, hello. So, we're gonna have to have a little bit of stall content because before I get into things, I do want to let more people join the stream. But but I will start with saying the just in case because I imagine particularly on YouTube, most people probably don't know what I'm referring to. In saying 5 minutes in the thumbnail or what does I have the correct thumbnail, right? I hope I do. Or the 600% attack in the title of the stream, which is that there is the no right away. There is a boss next Stygian Onslaught that has a very high HP total, but gives a 600% attack buff. But it's not a 600% attack buff. It's a 600% attack buff intended for like plunging units. Like that's the intent. Okay, right? Reason for disabling rewards? They're not disabled. What do you mean they're disabled? I literally don't have them disabled. Anyways, sorry. I'll look at that in a minute. You can remind me, I guess. It's the plunging boss. Like the intent is to use it for plunging. And that's where it's going to be most strong. But we're going to have to go over some things and how this attack buff will probably I'd be very surprised that this attack buff isn't very abusable for doing a lot of non-plunging things. But it's such a significant attack buff that's going to do weird things for team building against this specific enemy. And it's hard for me to know exactly what it will be without being able to mess with it in practice, right? But on the level of it is at least going to be fun to see bigger damage numbers from your characters. I do, and it's not just plunge damage, because you will be able to, I shouldn't say you will 100%. I am quite confident you will be able to, with a lot of characters, get really big damage numbers and abuse this buff in a way that is really fun. Right, I think this will likely end up being the most fun Stygian boss, even if you can't clear it. I think it will be the most fun Stygian boss to go into and use that buff, just to see a really, really big damage number from your characters. So, artificial Mona buff? Yeah, actually, unironically, Mona does attack, like Mona with the buff, with like a holy, I didn't even think about that. C6 Mona buffed next patch with this Stygian boss. With the Stygian boss that gives 600% attack, and her C2 will be her C2 is going to be updated to automatically convert one of her attacks to a charge attack, and then her C6 is going to holy, Mona forward vape nuke. Chaska's able to use it but not for long. Yeah, I mean Chaska might get, I don't know. Well, actually, will Chaska might be an unfortunate, gets zero value from it almost, maybe. I don't know. She might get like a few shots out. I'm not sure. It's going to be very low value on Chaska, I think, because of how the buff applies. But anyways, I think there's going to be a lot of ways to abuse it. And yes, partially one of the things I want to look at is what it does for Lanyan. Because the very simple, before we go go in depth, but the buff applies, so you're fighting the plunging boss in Stygian, and it is this enemy, right? This enemy, but I believe we'll go double check what the information we have is, but this enemy can make it so you can plunge with anyone, right? And the way that the buff applies is 600% attack that applies for 1.5 seconds, which isn't very long, but we'll talk about how, despite the fact that that's not very long, how that can be abused. So 600% attack for 1.5 seconds. It's not to plunging. Like, they could have made this just like plunging damage gets 600% attack. Well, no, they couldn't. I guess they couldn't, because I don't think the game's damage formula actually supports giving attack buffs to specific damage types. Like, it would have to be damage bonus. I'm not sure why they didn't do damage bonus. They could have done 2,000% damage bonus specifically for plunging attacks, but they chose to do 600% attack for 1.5 seconds. But then the important question is, and this is an unknown factor, the important question is, when exactly does the counter start? Like, when does that timer start for the plunge? Or sorry, not for the plunge, for the buff. So if it's 600% attack, when does it start? And what we know is it starts. What we know is it starts after you hit a certain height in the air, right? So you jump up. This is what it's like described and what we have clarification of, at least. We don't know, but we don't have clarification like I know exactly how high in the air it goes, or it applies. But because of a number of nuances to how Genshin's like damage, like how the game works in a number of ways, I'm fairly confident they had to code this in a way. Like, they had, I think, the 1.5 second duration and when it starts relative to when the damage actually happens. Like, the intent behind it is to have it applied to plunging damage. But the existence of animation cancels, the existence of height variation in how high up characters go when they jump, and like not just when they jump, but how high the user goes, because you yourself can jump high, you can jump up and then you can plunge early. You don't have to like go all the way to the max height, right? So the fact that like they have to account for the fact that a lot of players are just going to jump up. But my assumption is they're not. My assumption is they're going to make the buff not work in a way that like it's so like the duration is so fine tuned that you have to specifically like jump up to max height, or no, sorry, you jumping up to, say you jump up to max height, right? Because jumping up to max height should go at the boss, I guess, to demonstrate. I guess I am just starting immediately talking about it. Whatever. I was going to wait a second, but I'll probably have to explain this again when people join in. Oh well. 1.5 second duration? Yes. Flynn's doesn't work? No, Flynn's can work. Flynn's can't plunge. Well, okay. Flynn's might be one that's weird. So Flynn's can't plunge, but Flynn's can jump. And the buff is triggered on... So Flynn's is a weird one because of the fact that he's going to take longer to fall down to the ground compared to someone that can plunge. So I'm not confident about Flynn's. I'm not confident at all about Flynn's. But he might be able to. But anyways, he can't jump. Or sorry, he can jump, but he can't plunge. So, yeah, this boss, when it applies this field, right, you can jump up. But when you jump up, right, what my assumption is unless they are going to make this buff be very clunky, because they could implement this buff in a way that's like, if you don't plunge early enough, you won't get the buff applied even on like normal plungers. Say on like Varessa or Shao. Like you might have to. There's a chance that you might have to like plunge early on Shao. Technically, you want to do sometimes, anyways. To be able to get the buff applied properly to Shao. But I don't think that's their intent. I think they want plungers to just get it automatically without having to think about it. But I could be wrong, because this might be so finely tuned in order to make it only apply to Varessa. But if they wanted it to only apply to Varessa or other plungers, why didn't they, again, just make it plunge damage bonus? So, you just did another character review? Death Cat? Alright, but give me a second. Yeah, so you have variable height though, right? I think it's a fairly safe assumption to assume they don't want it to be so clunky that you're going to have to... We have to wait 5 years for it to do this thing, by the way. In Stygian, it should just start the field right away, as far as I understand. The field that lets you jump higher. So... I don't know how long it takes to do. But right, so when it does this field, I'm going to show you like how long it takes, right, to reach a higher height. But assuming that you can purposely plunge a little bit early, like, right, you're gonna have to like get a feel for how high, right? So you can see we can jump pretty high. We can jump as high as this thing is tall. Now if it requires getting up to that height to be able to trigger, that's pretty high, right? That's pretty high, but should be... I don't think they're going to require max height, because not all characters, like not all players are going to make it do that. So I don't know, but anyways, 1.5 seconds, right? Jump up, do that, and when you land, then you have the 600% attack, and the intent is you jump up again, land, do 600% attack. And they're gonna make this buff work for like the lowest common denominator of play, wherein there's players that aren't doing things quickly, right? They're not purposely doing low plunges. They're not purposely doing animation cancels, because they want to make sure it works for. Bro, calm down. They want to make sure it works for like all players. That's my default assumption. Is you're using a plunge unit and they're gonna let it work, and therefore they're gonna make it by default work. If a player is like for plunge damage, if a player is being really slow, that's my thinking of what the timing is, right? But you can jump up, right? Can you exit comment, please, bro? Leave me alone. But you can jump up, right? You can jump up to a certain height. So say that this wall is max height for the jump. You can jump up this tall instead and still do a plunge, right? As long as that height was the height limit that was required to get the attack buff. Secondarily, but I don't know exactly what the height is, right? I don't know if the height required to trigger the buff to start is here or if it's up here, right? It is somewhere. It will be something you'll have to get a feel for. Like, I'm not going to say it's going to be trivial to get the buff. But the subtle variability in like how different characters can jump to different heights and different players plunging at different heights is going to make it that they have to, the point I'm going to get into here is they're going to have to make it that there has to be some wiggle room to be able to make it consistent that like when people are just doing plunges, like not trying to do any abuse like I'm going to be talking about today, when people are just doing normal plunging things, the buff lasts long enough to make sure that it applies to plunging attacks, right? Because there's enough natural variability in how the heights of plunges can vary that they have to allow there to be a little wiggle room, is basically the idea. And so from a abusing the mechanic standpoint, once we get a feel for how high exactly you have to go in the air to get it, the fact that we can purposely do quicker plunges, and the fact that, I don't know if polearm counts as a bad example, but the fact that you can do animation cancels, right? So for polearm attacks, normally people talk about animation cancels for plunging from either a dash canceling or normal attack canceling perspective. So for polearm units, you can cancel by doing normal attacks, and it's a little bit slower. For something we have to actually check is whether or not, actually we can check with Shungling. Does that cancel animation? I don't know, it might. But you can cancel animations for plunges, right? And everyone other than polearms can cancel with a dash. You might be able to cancel with different abilities. Like, I'm not sure if you can cancel Shungling's plunge animation with a burst, which is going to be relevant. Because if you can snapshot 600% attack on Shungling going to do a lot of damage. Anyways, that's the question, right? Is like exactly, as long as there's a little bit of wiggle room, which I feel like there is going to have to be. I think there has to be some wiggle room in order for a normal player to even be able to have this buff be consistently up for plunge attacks. Then for a player that can actually, you know, be aware of exactly when this buff is applying, that like 0.5 second, less than 0.5 second window is enough time that like with an animation cancel, you should be able to get the buff on Shungling. And then snapshot on Shungling, or snapshot it on Fischl, activate Fischl skill, right? And then we get into the nuance of other things, like, for example, Mona was discussing before. If you can do a plunge on Mona and then immediately normal attack on her, and if you have a C2 Mona with the buff Mona next patch, it's automatically can be triggered into a charge attack, and if it has Pyro on the enemy, the forward vape on Mona will be triggered. You probably are only doing that with like a C6 Mona is going to be super compelling. Well, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe that's something we can go run the numbers on and see what a Mona forward vape looks like at different constellation levels for Mona. But the point is there should be a lot of abuses for it. With Shungling snapshotting, there should be abuses for obviously plunge units. So Gaming, Xiao, Varesa, DPS Shan Yun. She's going to be the first one we look at. Because DPS Shan Yun double dips in the value of attack. So Like the funny thing with Shan Yun is actually lower value against this boss next patch for buffing plungers, because of the fact that they're getting so much attack that's buffing their raw multiplier plunge damage, that the flat buff value from Shan Yun is going to be relatively low. So like Shan Yun is going to be a bad buffer against this boss for Shao, for example. But DPS Shan Yun herself will go crazy. So like DPS Shan Yun, I think I'm not kidding, I think there's a non-zero chance DPS Shan Yun might be better than Varessa, who is the unit they're actually trying to shield with this boss. I think DPS Shan Yun has a chance of being better than Varessa against this thing. With this 600% attack buff. I don't know for sure. But we'll go run some numbers. What if Lanyan jumps high enough? She does jump high enough. So yes, DPS Lanyan should just jump high enough that when I do E Lanyan burst and then E again, the E's for sure should have some of the damage. What's weird is like Lanyan's skill does damage that like the damage takes a couple seconds to go out. So I don't know if the whole duration of Lanyan's skill will actually get it. But I'm not sure, because again, I don't know when the like timer actually starts. I'm assuming again there's leeway for it, and the fact that I'll like jump up and then you jump up with Lanyan E, press her normal attack, and it doesn't the rings get sent out and it attacks the enemy. A lot of her damage should get used, or should have the attack buff, but I don't know if it's gonna be all of it. So Lanyan's gonna be a very interesting one to check. One thing I'm curious about is also if I can manage to fit in, if I can manage to get Lanyan's burst to have the attack buff. Lanyan's burst can activate really quickly, in order such that I think I could utilize it, but it might require doing something weird like doing E and then jumping again, and then as soon as I land, like a E jump up, plunge, and then burst immediately as soon as I land. And I'm pretty sure that I can get the attack buff. So we'll run some numbers on that. But yeah, anyway, 600% attack is so we'll compare to, so let's say Flynn. So Flynn's has a higher base attack. So depending on what kind of character we're comparing to, with like characters with lower base attack, it will do different relative amounts for it, because Bennett is giving a flat buff, right? So comparing a big attack percent buff to Bennett's flat buff is a little weird. But a C1 Bennett with like, or sorry, we'll say a C5 Bennett with an Aquila Favonia, so a maxed out Bennett with a 674 base attack weapon, has 865 base attack. Where's Bennett? And then Bennett's burst multiplier, this is polearms only, but his burst multiplier at level 13 is 119% of his attack, but then C1 increases that by 20%, so it's 139%. With C5, right? And multiply that by his base attack, it's about 1200 attack. 1200 attack. And then if you, so that's like the flat buff in Bennett, just to explain where the 5 Bennetts comes from, versus like a new 5-star DPS with a 5-star weapon has 1000 base attack. So 1000 base attack, what is 600% times 1000? Well, it's 6000. So that's where 600, so 6,000 divided by 1,200 is 5. That's where 5 Bennetts comes from. The exact number of Bennetts that 600% attack will depend. Yeah, this is so much attack that it's significant. Like one things we gotta check here. So someone might have to remind me. One thing we're gonna have to check here is particularly for units like say Shao. Shao is going to get the buff up permanently. I actually think there's a non-zero possibility. This sounds insane. A attack percent timepiece, right, gives 46% attack. If we're getting 600% attack, and especially if like you still might play Shao with Bennett, I'm not sure exactly. Again, remember, Shan Yun is not going to be a good buffer, right? Shan Yun is not going to be a good buffer for Shao. I'm fairly confident. I think Bennett will still be a better buffer, even with this boss giving so much attack, than Shan Yun will be, because a flat buff is just not going to scale well relative to the 600% attack. But like if you have so much attack buffing going on, the relative value of an attack percent main stat timepiece might be such that if you have like, I don't know, like let's say a 20, 30 CV attack percent timepiece for your Shao, but then, oh, you got like a 50 CV, or not necessarily a 50, that's incredibly rare. Let's say a 45 CV, that's a lot more common than 50. A 45 CV versus like a 30 CV, but it's a 45 CV def percent timepiece. It's possible that a couple crit rolls, because you have so, I'm saying it's possible. I haven't run the numbers on this yet. It's possible that because you have so much attack buffing going on, the relative value of like a few more crit rolls could beat out 46% attack. I do know. This is the numbers I want to run today, and I figured if I was going to go spend all this time running these numbers, I may as well show you them. That's my vibe. So yeah. And yeah, it's going to change the relevant. It's going to heavily bias you towards damage bonus, res shred buffs. The more, depending on the uptime you have on it, right? Like not every team you would consider using against this is going to be able to get every single instance of damage to have this buff available for them. And I think there's interesting nuance. So like, for example, I think Plunge Escoffier is going to be very interesting. Like Plunge Escoffier with C6 Bennett. Because remember, Escoffier's skill is attack scaling damage, and it's doing this damage while you have the 600% attack buff, right? It's gonna, because you get the 600% attack buff when you're in the air, and then you'll get it when you're doing, you're plunging, right? But then, as long as you just keep on plunging, you keep up the attack buff. It's going to apply to her parfait hits as well as her plunges. So it's the same thing for like Yai. So like plunge Yai, plunge Escoffier. Anyways. You're the most optimistic person I've seen with this Stygian. I don't really care about like clearing it fully. Like I don't know. People are just so I'm sorry. People just don't want to actually have fun in this goddamn game. This is what I feel like I found out since Stygian released, is people f***ing refuse to actually have fun with this video game. They're like, no, I must not have fun. I must only not have fun. Everything's garbage. I will keep playing, but I will complain about everything being garbage. And like, to be clear, I critique Engine. I understand. But I feel like most people don't actually try to critique Engine. They just say things are ass without properly trying to think through why they feel things are ass. And if they feel things are ass, why don't they try to like find another way to have fun with the game? Like I don't know. Like I think this buff is fun enough while it is in the game, right? This buff will be fun enough while it's in the game that even if you can't clear at all, right? Even if you can't clear at all, I don't care. I think people are going to enjoy like going into it to like hit the screenshot button so that they can get a screenshot of hitting 2.8 million damage on an attack from whoever the hell is their favorite character, right? So, yeah. But anyways, I understand. Like I understand the problem was the Stygian onslaught, but it doesn't mean you can't have fun with it. And like one thing that really annoys me is that like I've been yapping about lately is how people seem to refuse the idea of the true fun of Stygian, which is not doing full clears, in my opinion. Like I think Stygian is so the coolest things that have come out of Stygian are pretty much always from people that aren't doing full clears. They're showing like an individual team with a really optimized run against an individual boss. DPS Chevers against Hera, Chevers Bennett and FF Arena. Seems pretty good, but my Chev isn't nearly invested enough. That'd be interesting. It might be able to. It's weird. 11 million is quite a big amount, but for me, permanent 600% attack was 3 times damage on my Varessa. Yeah. Like, 3 times damage, that's 300k DPS. Okay. So, anyways. Advantage for dual scalers like Chiori. Yeah, so dual scalers will gain a little bit less from it, which is interesting. They won't gain nothing. So yeah, I don't know what the effect would be for Chiori and whatnot. But, yeah. Is the buff a TMI buff? No, it's not. People's brains are wired to care only about tangible worlds and not the experience you get from playing the game. I mean, gacha players' brains seem to be wired that way, yes. It's like a core design flaw of the gacha formula is pushing people towards caring about rewards as motivating factors over all else rather than it being a video game. But yeah. So anyways, we're gonna run some numbers. Let's do where's the unit review? Sorry for making you wait. Oh boy, that's a big message. I wanted your opinion to see Navia as oh my gosh. Person wrote an essay in the Twitch chat. should get her C1, Farina, and I never was wondering if I'd save it to C2. Well, I'm probably not going to make the C2 Farina video. My vibe is if you're asking the question of if C2 Farina is worth it, the answer is no. What C2 Farina can do for you is unlock some utility for Farina in letting her be played with non-optimal healer contexts and getting the maximum buff up a lot easier. But Farina can be played in non-optimal healer contexts and still get her buff up quite well. But it takes like more knowledge on how to utilize Farina. So like what the actual value is still is going to depend on the kind of player you are in the exact team context. The value of C2 Farina for increasing Farina's damage is almost zero in my opinion. Like almost zero. Unless you just love Farina and want to get the biggest damage number from her skill possible, right? Then you'll probably appreciate C2 Farina. But C2 Farina on a value of team building level, I really like having it, and it has helped in Stygian Onslaught in a couple of instances, but that's because I do clears like, with teams that are like really pushing the line sometimes. So, depends on you. I'm not gonna make that video because like, I don't know, there's just... Stygian Onslaught, since we're talking about Stygian this video, Stygian Onslaught is a game mode context that makes there be more relevance to having strong supportive constellations. But also it potentially just pushes you towards getting, you know, stronger main DPSs more than anything else too. It depends on what you value, and I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you because I don't think there's a real answer for it universally. You never made a video about Stygian, I remember? Yeah, because... because I immediately encountered when I started playing Stygian that what I enjoyed about it was different from what all other people were experiencing, and I don't know, I really didn't want to make a video where I yapped about Stygian and like here's my critique of it, here's the nuance of things that is like not great about it, here's things that they could improve about it, here's things I hope that they do in the future, like I hope they make things, you know, whatever. And like I should have made that video because it would have been interesting to see like, oh, how many of those things happen over time. But like a lot of my thoughts ran counter to what the popular opinion was. And when the overall community was just like hyper negative on it, I just didn't want to. Like, I didn't want to. I know for a fact that if I had made a Stygian Onslaught Yap video when Stygian originally came out, people would have just like, it just would have been an argument that just annoyed me. And so I was just like, whatever. I'm just gonna make content in the mode and let the content I make in the mode speak for itself in some form, right? And it's not gonna be the only mode I use to make content in, but I'm gonna utilize it to make content. So, and I fundamentally think Stygian Onslaught has been a positive thing for the game. I think Stygian Onslaught has been a negative thing for the subset of the community that treats Stygian Onslaught as the only thing worth considering evaluating characters around. Someone named Zyox's boyfriend. Sorry. I'm being a little petty to Zajef because so I wanted to get Zajef's help. Like this would be like a 5-minute conversation, I think, unless Zajef wanted to do real calculation for it, then you know that would take more time, I guess. But I mostly just needed to seek his opinion. But I was gonna like contact Zajef yesterday, but then he was doing a stream titled "I'm recording a bunch of videos today," and apparently I found out today that all Zajef did was. All Zajef did was practice Mawika combos for like 5 hours straight. So I probably could have interrupted him yesterday without a problem. And then I messaged him when he started streaming today, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, Saluna, maybe tomorrow. I procrastinated doing my recording for my videos." So now he's gonna do it today. So I'm just like, oh my god. So yesterday I didn't because I thought he was doing the thing that he's now doing today. And so now, okay, it's like, okay, dude. All right, so I'm just being petty. It's fine to have the perspective that I want to emphasize. It is perfectly fine to have the perspective that Mr. Zajeff has. I just don't like that Zajeff and others that are engaging with the game in that way and evaluating characters from context of Stygian Onslaught, you know, 100k DPS being the new DPS threshold that's required for characters to be good. Like that's basically the threshold. Characters don't get 90 to 100k DPS. Garbage, ass, shit. Why even consider playing them? It's literally that attitude. I'm exaggerating here. But like it's basically that is the mentality from that side of the community right now. And by that side I mean like the combat portion of the community that is hyper focused on like the best teams possible. And it ignores that like there's a lot of gameplay nuance that doesn't actually require, even at fearless difficulties, Stygian Onslaught require that. It ignores the gameplay nuance of like, okay, fine, if we're going to evaluate from only Stygian Onslaught being how we evaluate whether or not characters are good or useful or worth considering playing anymore, why are we ignoring the enemy mechanics when Stygian Onslaught has hyper-specific enemy mechanics that does whack things like completely change team building for the specific mechanic that they have? Like, I don't get it. I do not get if the hyper meta focus, like only play the best teams possible part of the community is what we're going to talk about when we like evaluate new characters and what teams are worth playing and how we recommend people to build characters and use characters nowadays. I don't get why we are doing that and ignoring the hyper specific mechanics in Stygian Onslaught. If Stygian Onslaught is the only context worth evaluating around, then we gotta evaluate by the bosses that are available. I think we gotta abandon neutral context, in my opinion, the current state of Genshin. I don't think it makes sense. I really don't think it does. So anyways, and I think it really hurts the conversation around the game's combat nowadays, because it like there's so much to Genshin's combat that actually has nuance to it, even with Stygian Onslaught. And Stygian Onslaught in some ways brings up some of the best aspects to Genshin's combat nuance. Because it really, like, if you really want to clear fearless difficulty with like teams that seem like they can't clear, you gotta like have a lot of knowledge and push the boundary of how much you can min-max your gameplay a little bit. So anyways, I'm supposed to be looking at a UID review. Navia. Button didn't work. Oh, there we go. Just took a second. Let me format like that, maybe. Best thing about Stygian Onslaught is the creative teams that clear. Yeah. And yeah, I agree. And that is pretty consistently possible with every Stygian so far because of how weird the mechanics have been, at least on one boss or so. So yeah. Stuff that Hoyo doesn't like, all the gene tech removed. Oh, sorry. I have a whole like half script written. To be clear, like while I am saying like positive things, and this stream is actually focused on like some of the positive potential nuance of these boss mechanics, there's also downsides in that they're doing shit like that. Like it's really funny that this next Stygian Onslaught is simultaneously maybe the most interesting one to me for this plunge boss, and it's weird the weird way this buff applies, as well as the fact that the Abyss Baptist Lector dude, whatever, is just it's just like a normal elemental shield mechanic. It's not cringe, although they changed the dire HP, so it's now cringe at dire, and I no longer give a shit about this boss at dire difficulty. This boss was like very tolerable at dire difficulty before, but now they didn't double it, but they added it. It's stupid. So continue to say fuck dire as far as full clears go, right? But anyways, whatever. Gene tech removed, so it's not 100% confirmed, like, but anyways, the point I'm trying to get to is that the script that I have written isn't specifically all around the fall damage thing. So supposedly fall damage is being deleted from Stygian, supposedly, which would make it so like the gene clears, the solo gene clears against the Fatui operative won't be doable in the future. which would be extremely cringe and anti-fun behavior. And it's also extremely unnecessary, because from what I know, by the way, it is you have to like do Gene's kill on the Fatui operative with like four. You have to do like 4 to do like a solo Gene kill. Like, has anyone in my chat actually done a solo Gene kill on the Fatui operative?
Is there time for
Anyone?
a snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
Nope. Yeah, because so Tars, thank you to Tars. I don't know if he's watching, but thank you to Tars for doing this for me. He found that, as far as his understanding is, so to do 4 skills to do fall damage kills on it, you have 4 windows to do it, and it's on like transitions from like, it's on like 1 second transitions from when the enemy is doing particular attacks. And so like Tars gave me like specific time frames, so I'm gonna see if I can do this later, but not right now. And you need to time Gene's skill within like a 3-frame window. A 3-frame window. 4 times. Like quite frankly, that I think is harder than the 8 hours sequence. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. So anyway, though they're only removing the ability to remove Hera from the Gloomveiled state while holding Gene's skill. That one is an understandable bug that doesn't make sense that it works. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a change they're literally making next patch, by the way. We have confirmation that the bat next time it can't take any fall damage, and the information we have is that is applying to all fall damage in Stygian period. Like they're making it so fall damage doesn't apply period in Stygian from next patch onwards, supposedly. So that is completely separate from the Hera thing. That is a separate thing going on. And like this is just like an anti-fun thing, right? And with how hard it was to do, like the only way you were able to trivially clear, from my understanding, the only way it was trivially able to cheese the boss is if you have Stygian. Because Stygian immediately staggered the enemy and like lifted it up in the air, and then you could grab it with Gene, right? Like as far as I understand, basically only Stygian plus a pillar, like either Zhongli and Geo Traveler and Gene did this. So like what the f does that matter, right? But it gives the vibe that they just hate fun and that they don't understand their own damn game, quite frankly, because of how hard it is to do, right? Like it's so hard to do that it doesn't matter that tech exists, in my opinion. It's just not something the vast majority of players are going to do. Like people are going to prefer pulling Arlecchino. If their goal is to shield Arlecchino, they shield Arlecchino. But anyways, the whole idea of the video I might make that's stewing in my head, and then that fall damage change is a trigger for the video. It's not going to be the central focus of the video. Like I'll mention it and talk about it, but the whole core idea I have in the video, and this is half of the script that I have written, is Genshin has a big problem. So it'll be like a generic title like that. And then the thumbnail will probably say, Genshin's devs hate fun, right? Because they do really seem to make a lot of decisions. And I think like a lot of the discussion might be focused around the Fatui operative enemy design and how they're designing enemies to shill for particular characters. But then when they're shilling for, like, I think the Fatui operative design in Stygian is really ass because of how boring it is to fight with Arlecchino, right? Like, it's just boring. Like I love Arlecchino. I would have loved to have, I would be fine with having a shill boss for Arlecchino that, like, made me want to try all the Arlecchino teams I like and have fun with. Because Arlecchino is great for being an extremely versatile pyro DPS. You got Melt Arlecchino, Vape Arlecchino, Over Vape Arlecchino with a Nefa is great. So you got like a Nefa Ino combo. Would have loved to play against this thing. You got Chever's teams, you got Mono Pyro. Like, she works in all of them. But then the way this stupid White Shield works is, oh, if your favorite team is a Melt Arlecchino team, a Vape or Over Vape team, well, go yourself, because, well, you don't get to do amplifying reactions on the white shield. And it's like, okay, cool. And then there's problems with like it applying cryo. And like, I'm not actually inherently against the fact that it applies cryo, by the way. I think it's actually good that like cryo application exists as a way to actually care about dodging when normally. So I'm of two minds about it. Like, it's simultaneously extremely annoying, but it also forces me to actually care about dodging. But like, but in the context of Arlecchino specifically, it fails to help shield Arlecchino to me because it just makes Arlecchino feel worse to play against it, right? So, anyways, I think as far as like designing a shield boss for Arlecchino, it doesn't. I don't think this would make. I don't think this boss would make me pull Arlecchino. It would just make me go like, this boss is cringe. And I can't even use the Arlecchino teams that I think would be fun. I would have loved to like play any number of Arlecchino teams, but instead, like, it's just, you just throw Arlecchino in there with whatever buffing is available, that and you get 0 value from Vaporize or Melt, and it's just like there's like no nuance to it. It's just attack with Arlecchino. The only nuance is like in its phases where it doesn't have its shield up, you can purposely get a little bit of extra bond of life, and that's kind of cool, I guess, to think about. But like, it doesn't really matter because she trivializes it so easily. You barely know how to do that. So anyways, like, I don't know. I don't know about the Fatui operative, and the whole point though of that is just using, the whole point of the video would be using the Fatui operative to have a breakdown with a lot of Genshin's like core game design flaws that end up resulting in problems in what the content we have available to play against our characters with is, and how Genshin's devs, in my mind, when they're developing content, both new enemies, new characters, in particular, and also what like new Stygian onslaughts, new abysses, I think they're not really playing things. I don't think they're testing and designing things from a context at all of how the vast majority of players tend to play and enjoy the game. I think they're just entirely designing and testing, playing things around like, well, we're releasing new characters, new Abyss, new Stygian, and they test a very small, limited number of things to make sure that it like works with the newer characters and teams that exist, right? Or whatever. They're not really meaningfully considering any of the game's meaningful nuance, I think, and what is great about Genshin's combat, and it misses a lot of its untapped potential. The content they're making fails to capitalize on Genshin's combat system's potential, is my opinion. So anyways, that's my negative thoughts for the day. Let's get back into positive thoughts about this person's Navia. Who is it? Deathcat. All right. I don't remember what your question was, Deathcat. I'm sorry. And then we'll get into doing damage numbers. This is a relatable Navia build. You have enough VR. You have I was gonna say a lot, but a good number of attack percent stats, and a bunch of EM. Very useful. Well, Navia's a pain in the ass to build, unfortunately. I think you had another character that was a pain in the ass to build the other day. I don't remember who it was. I don't know what your question was, but you just have another in-progress build. I have no advice other than Navia just wants all the crit stats possible. This is artifacts that doesn't give crit for free. You just want all the crit stats possible, right? So the ideal being that, I think, is she a crit damage or crit rate as any character? I think she's crit damage. Yes, she must be crit damage considering how few crit damage substats there are here. So yeah. Anyways, the ideal would be like getting enough crit substats in your other pieces to eventually, with a crit rate weapon, I'd say aim for a crit damage circlet. You don't need to, but yeah, you spend 15 minutes on those artifacts. Well, okay, for a 15-minute build, it's pretty good. Don't forget that like two piece might end up being better though, versus an in-progress 4-piece build. That's all I can say other than that, honestly. Basically, the devs don't play the game. Yeah, that's the vibe. Or they play it in a very superficial level that doesn't match, I think, what any given player, to be clear, will enjoy different things about Genshin's combat, I think. I don't think there's a universal way to account for every way that different kinds of people get enjoyment out of Genshin's combat, right? From a casual player who's just going through overworld and wants their teams to feel good while they're smacking enemies and doing story and whatever, right? To people more actively engaged with combat, and the differences in players like me and how I enjoy the game's combat versus how someone like Tars Blood Mode enjoys the game's combat versus how someone like Zajef enjoys the game's combat, right? And then versus someone like, I don't know, I'll use Zyax as an example, who is like someone knowledgeable but doesn't exactly have the random the things I know, and doesn't play the same kinds of teams that I do. But like Zyox really likes just playing Xiao. I assume he still is playing Xiao, right? And like that's, I think, one of the most important contexts that MiHoYo that the Genshin dev team fails at with new content that they release, is ignoring that I think a lot of people are like Zyox, where they just have one character they really, really, really love, right? And they play them all the time. As they've been designing content lately, they've been effing over those people the most, I feel like. And I think that is very likely to bite them in the ass and make people stop playing the game, or not necessarily stop playing, but stop engaging with the game's combat. Like, they're just not going to give a shit about endgame at all, even in Abyss. And then they'll just enjoy fighting local legends or whatever if they enjoy the game's combat. So anyways, that's where I'm kind of coming from my perspective of Genshin's. I used to say Genshin's biggest problem is 4-star acquisition, but honestly at this point, I think Genshin's biggest problem might be the dev team making decisions that kind of seem like they hate fun. But with that said, let's get into something that is the literal opposing contrast, which is, like, I want to emphasize, so let's go open up HamDGCat so I can show you the specifics of this boss. I want to emphasize that in an opposing perspective, the way that this boss mechanics work. So this is the next Stygian. The way that this boss mechanics work, they could have made it so that this said. They could have made it so that this line here was plunging damage bonus plus 8 billion%. That would have been less fun than the way they did this. That's why IT is the best game mode. I don't even fundamentally disagree with you. I think IT is very flawed, but in many ways, actually, I think makes use of Genshin's systems the best. IT's main flaw is that it's kind of hard to, if you want to use a specific team or a specific character, you basically never can, because it restricts the elements you can do and whatever. It's like, but yeah, I somewhat agree with you, but I don't fully agree, simply because a large part of the value and enjoyment I get about Genshin is thinking of specific teams and nuances of things, and how to play the game. But I can very much enjoy and embrace. We need to make Chungling stop yapping. I very much can embrace the Stygian, or not Stygian, theater for what it is. And by the way, my third-party Hoyoverse contact. I don't know if they want me to tell you this, but I want to actually. This is, I think, a positive thing. My third-party Hoyoverse contact asked me some specific questions about Miliastra. They asked me, like, if I had tried it. They asked me, like, they just asked me for feedback. I'll just keep it at that, just in case they get upset. Just in case they are like, oh, we didn't want you to share that. But they contacted me and asked me about Miliastra, and basically asked for feedback. And I think that's a very good thing. Okay, I think that's a very, very good thing that they're seeking feedback directly. That's the first time that's happened, where they're like, they added a piece of, they didn't do that for like Stygian. They didn't do like, hey, have you played the new endgame combat mode? We're seeking feedback. They didn't do that shit. They did for Miliastra, and I gave them thoughts. I basically told them Miliastra has all the potential in the world, But here is some specific things from my perspective that I think you guys have to do. And then here's some things that are unknown that I don't know what your guys' plans are. I don't know what Holy plans are for Miliastra. And one of the things I specifically broke down in detail related to what we were talking about here is how I strongly feel. I strongly feel Miliastra needs to support people like creating custom combat content. And I straight out told them the death of this game mode, and I will actively make content saying that this game mode is terrible potentially. I will actively advertise against this game mode if this is the case. If you guys do not let us like use Miliastra to make custom combat content, it's essentially what I told them. So hopefully that gets communicated, because it was a third-party contact. So hopefully they communicate that properly, and maybe my feedback will have some kind of effect on them. But I gotta admit that like I'm somewhat paranoid with their decisions for how they are like more concerned with creating combat content for shilling, that they would make the decision, the same people that making the decision to remove fall damage from Stygian Onslaught would be the people that'd be like, oh no, we cannot let the players make custom combat content in Miliastra Wonderland, because then they can have fun with their Raiden Shogun in Miliastra Wonderland, and that would make them not feel the need to pull C2 Raiden when we choose to rerun Raiden, and then we release a shill boss for Raiden that refunds 500 energy as soon as the fight starts to make Raiden functional. Third-party contact? I mean, I would prefer a first-party contact. Third-party contact is not very good, because it means we get to have the telephone game. Yeah, you can't make a Roblox clone unlimited. Yes, and I had more thoughts that were related to not just its potential as a custom combat mode, to be clear. I think Miliastra has more potential than just a custom combat mode, don't get me wrong. But I feel one of the things it needs to have to be successful for me to take it seriously, like if they don't let us make custom combat content, that's just a like, why I'm not even gonna bother, right? Like if they're not even gonna, if they're gonna completely restrict custom combat content from it, then like then we get into like all the other restrictions that they're gonna put into it's just insane. So anyways, you joke, but an energy regen boss would actually be fun. Okay, did you realize that when Stygian first started, I think all 3 of the bosses had energy refunding mechanics? I was literally just outright saying, like, when the fight starts, it has some stupid mechanic that literally refunds all your energy. Because that's basically what Raiden needs to actually feel good in Stygian. But anyways, Raiden hasn't had a rerun since Stygian, right? Yeah, no. Yeah, so mark my words, when they rerun Raiden, there'll be a Stygian boss that makes Raiden actually functional in Stygian. Although I will say one thing. One cope I have, since I am leaning towards level 100 Raiden on polearms only, one cope I have is that level 100 Raiden on polearms only will be worth it long term, because they'll buff Raiden. Raiden C2 feels good in Stygian. No, she doesn't. She has a 90 energy cost. And her whole she has a 90 energy cost, and her whole ass kit revolves around like she functionally, her energy cost is much lower than that in practice, but you have to like have her burst up in the first place to refund her energy. Yeah, C2 Raiden with Hyper Bloom feels great in Stygian. Anyways, most old characters get effed by, oh, that's auto mod. Most old characters get effed by no energy but Raiden has the worst. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, Raiden is like the #1 most F character. So anyways, Raiden C3 felt okay in the cactus. Yeah, it depends on the boss, because like some bosses have various different like depending on how the boss's first phase works, you have more or less time, and like however their mechanics work, you have more or less time to potentially build up energy before you actually start doing damage for real. So like some bosses Raiden's felt perfectly fine against, but on if we're trying to like genericize down to like something like the Fatui Operative, which is like the Fatui Operative is just deal damage to it, right? The Fatui Operative, like is really awkward for actually clearing it because of the cryo it applies, because of it teleporting around. But other than that, it's just do damage to it. Like, it's the most neutral context enemy we've actually technically had. Well, then also no healing and the anti-Farina, the Bond of Life thing, obviously. But from a context of as long as you don't die, that's it, right? Like Raiden, it just feels terrible there. So, anyways, but yeah, had a phone call. Rip. All right. Anyways, sorry. So, boss mechanics. So we'll unleash a gravity reduction field, making characters jump significantly higher, and unleash extremely powerful attacks on the ground that cannot be dodged. That line is interesting, by the way. This is a you have to jump. Don't you dare not jump. This is an interesting one because can you dodge the I don't know. We can go check. I don't know if you can. I assume you can dodge. I never actually tried to meaningfully test that. Maybe you can't dodge the normal one. I know they've always been like. When this boss has been in Abyss, this is talking about the like waves of Geo. Whatever. You can? Okay. So, yeah. Sigurd is boring as well. Yeah. I think Sigurd is fine at Fearless, though. Because, like, his HP total is fine at Fearless. Like, he's very brute forceable, but, like, really tanky, though. Like, it's either you have a shill team that can relatively easily get through it, aka a double non-cry team, or you have a really strong team, one of the really strong teams, right? You're able to dodge the overworld on. Okay, so yeah, the fact that can be dodged means like you have to jump, but anyways, every 5 seconds it massively enhances attacks, but it loses 1 stack of enhancement after being hit by a plunge attack. Yeah, so wants you to do plunges, right? That's what this says. And so that's going to be, a concern. I think in many ways this is an anti-Farina boss in some ways, because you're gonna value shielders for some teams, but anyways, you're gonna want to work around the plunging gimmick in some form. But yeah, when characters reach a certain height from below, attack is increased by 600% for 1.5 seconds. And then there's some examples here. So Lanyan skill, I appreciate them specifically giving me that information. Ordinary jump, which is interesting. That's actually probably the best information we have. And then Varesa and Gaming's special plunges, right? So we should probably go to like my main account and see the different heights of these things to get a vibe before we start running some numbers. And then actions that cannot trigger the buff. Flynn's is Thunderous, Symphony, Chaska, Night Soul. I think Chaska might technically trigger the buff when she reaches the height, but then her charge attacks take too long to actually come out to get the buff. Yeah, Muika and Burst not getting it is interesting because it does count as like a movement for Eonson. Like she counts as like coming down from the sky for Eonson, but then she doesn't count for this. But then you realize the reason she doesn't. There's an important word here. Height, reach a certain height from below. Muika comes from above. And that's the same thing Flynn's has. Flynn's is Thunderous Symphony. He teleports up and then goes down. Flynn's can't jump. No. Flynn's can't plunge. There's a difference. Be silent. Flynn's can't plunge. Flynn's can jump. So the question with Flynn's and whether or not you can get his his mini burst, his Thunder Symphony, is whether or not you can so like how we could actually maybe measure this a little bit, but again it depends on when exactly the buff starts the timer. Well, let's go here. I suspect though, I suspect if there's anyone they tried to make sure it couldn't trigger this buff, it's gonna be Flint. But you know, ooh, don't kill it. I forgot we're doing damage from Minefa. Okay, so right, we can jump. Oh, I gotta press his E. Bap, bap. Wait, I have to do this. Right, so you can pre. So what you want to do is you precast his E. Right, that's what I did there. So we do this again. I need to get some particles. Okay. So we precast E. Do this. Oops! Don't jump like that. Don't be a dumbass. And as soon as I land, do that. Oh, he died. As soon as I land, do that. So if you do that, if you precast EE, and as soon as you land, do his burst, he might be able to get the buff. And I think there's actually a good chance he is based on how fast he does that. I wasn't sure exactly how fast he could do that. Actually, just doing that, I'm relatively optimistic in that. But we could go like analyze the footage and double check like how long he spends in the air or whatever. But again, I don't know at exactly what height. I don't know where to start counting the frames. I don't know at exactly what height the buff starts counting down from. And I don't know if there's much wiggle room in it because it says 1.5 seconds, right? But one thing I also didn't mention before is how like Genshin has like 5 million layers of server checks for its game for the gameplay, and especially for like damage calculation and a lot of player actions. That like I wouldn't be surprised at all if there is wiggle room on top of the 1.5 seconds because of server latency. Like it's possible having higher ping might be an advantage even. I'm not kidding. So yeah, like I don't know the exact height, so it's kind of I think pointless to go and hyper analyze like that, but it's worth checking and worth acknowledging that there is potentially the ability to use Flynn's against it. It will be interesting. But Flynn's is an awkward one because he can't plunge, because Mihoyo's rude. Honestly, actually, I should go add that to my script for the Mihoyo hates fun thing. I'm just gonna put a talk about Flynn's kit, LOL. That's my note. Flynn's was so close to like, you see, was so close to could have been my favorite character in the game for a main DPS. And then they made a sequence of specific decisions for his kit that made him go from could have been my favorite character to skippable on my main account. Obviously I got him on polearms only. Anyways, Xiao is the same as Vressa. Oh yeah, Xiao should work. There's no reason. Why is Xiao not mentioned? Because he shouldn't have to be, because Xiao's is an ordinary jump, right? Xiao, so Vressa and Gaming have different plunges, but Xiao has an ordinary jump plunge, right?
People ought not be
As
so
far as I
frightened
understand.
of ghosts.
Actually I don't know. Does Xiao jump higher or lower than what this boss does? Well, he's gonna hump. It's an ordinary jump, so he's gonna jump to whatever is higher. So it's possible if Xiao jumps higher than what the boss's like jump range is, that could maybe cause a problem. But I don't think Xiao makes you jump higher than what that boss is. So yeah. Anyways, so Xiao will be fine. 100% Xiao should be fine. But yeah, they didn't need it. I don't think they need to mention that because Xiao's counts as a normal jump. But yeah, Lanyan skill is a weird one, as I mentioned before. And then, oh yeah, Leyline Disturbance, foe generates a gravity, their attack is significantly increased. Okay, so this is the in-game description, by the way. This is the Hamdiji Cat specific information. This is the in-game description. Yeah, okay. The Uja core will temporarily stop generating gravitational shockwaves. Wait, Numa actually might be relevant? Okay, that's funny. So, if you don't want to plunge, the problem is if you don't try to take advantage of this buff, if you just like bring Numa to try to like turn off the damage, the gravity field still stays active. I think the gravity field, by the way, is active the whole fight, which is cool. I'm not 100% confident, but Based on the description, it is. Navia plunge, yeah. Doing a polar only account has that been for clearing content? I mean, I have successfully cleared every single abyss with 36 stars since Yao Yao's release. And then I oh, Sprix, thanks for the it's the Vikings. Welcome, Sprix. I joined into Sprix's stream a little bit earlier to have a yap about the worthiness of Raiden level 100. Welcome. Welcome. Sprix is a cool creator. You should check out his account. Is Sylvia on here? Can you try to do a shout out for Sprix? I can try to do it / shout out. See if I can get it to work for once. / shout out Lord Sprix. Oh, it worked this time. It just doesn't like limbo. Oh, okay, sick. There you go. And then you can click the link and whatever. Anyways, what was it saying? Oh, if you want to ignore, if you want to ignore the plunging, just be like, I hate plunging. I hate buffs. I just want to use my normal team and play exactly the same way I always do, and I don't want to play around the enemy mechanics. Well, then the HP becomes a problem. then the HP becomes a problem because it has dire level HP. If you ignore the buff and just don't utilize it at all and just bring Numa to stop its damage so you can live. So don't do that. I don't recommend. But like, you know, the reason this has inflated HP is because 600% attack is bonkers. Bonkers. Right. When is Lanyan rerunning?
March of the Wild Hunt will be sure to drag him into the darkness.
When is Lanyan rerunning? When is Lanyan rerunning? Also, banner review, poopy. Don't wish on it. Well, okay, to be clear, if you are, I think the one context where I think this banner is maybe worth wishing on. You don't care about like Durin, Columbina, Yehoda coming out the next 2 patches, and or you just got a surplus of wishes. You love Arlecchino. You already have C1 Arlecchino, because you should get C1 Arlecchino before you get a weapon, in my opinion. And you like have white tassel Arlecchino. Like you have no 5-star weapon at all for Arlecchino. You're stuck on white tassel. You don't have R5 deathmatch, or you're a polearm only account. Then okay, there you go. The 4 stars are shit garbage. The sword isn't even relevant anymore. The stupid HP sword isn't even relevant anymore because now we have the craftable. Like, it's ass. It's really bad. It's really bad. Don't do it. Am I going for C8 Arlecchino on polearms only? I might wish for a C6 Rosaria. I just know there's 3 polearms on the banner. This is a wonderful banner. Zhongli, Rosaria, Yunjin. Well, it's actually, I mean, those 4 stars aren't that great for polearms only. Rosaria is an important character for polearms only. Yunjin, she's okay. So don't wish on that banner, please. But wishing for Lanyan, let's frickin' go. Although I would really wish they had, you know, whatever. Like, I don't know why Lanyan is tied to Arlecchino banner. She ran originally on Arlecchino banner. It's like, okay, I get it. But, you know, Mahoyo, Lanyan is more versatile than just needing to be paired with Lanyan. But, you know, anyways. By the way, my main account, I will wish on Zhongli banner for Lanyan. I don't want to go to pity, though. I really hope the game is kind to me, because, like, original Lanyan banner was literally the worst luck I've had for 4 stars, I think. I got 2 copies of Lanyan in 200 pulls. I'm not kidding. Like, I have done more than, and I got 1 extra copy of Lanyan from the selector, and then I got 1 extra copy of Lanyan, so I have C3 from a random weapon banner pull. Like, I sincerely, I have already done the average number of wishes required to get C6 Lanyan, but the game gave me 2. So I really hope the game goes nice on me, and it's like, you know what? You've been so dedicated to Lanyan. You've been so dedicated to Lanyan. Here you go, 3 Lanyans and a 10 pull, and I can just nope the hell out of the banner. I hope. Character review? Alright, sure. And then after we do this character review, we're gonna run some numbers. We're gonna run some numbers. The first one we're gonna check, by the way, is for what is 600. Oops, that hopefully Mahoyo doesn't smite me for that. We're gonna run some numbers. I want to figure out what Shan Yun's best team is for DPS Shan Yun against this enemy, because Shan Yun will get such a massive inflation in her performance. So, what will you do if you get Zhongli? Cope that he's going to get buffed. The only reason I'm willing to go for Zhongli over just F it, I'll go for Arlecchino, because I like Arlecchino, is I somewhat do not want Arlecchino C2 because Arlecchino C2 changes his gameplay nuance. I mean, it's father, I can say his. Changes father's gameplay nuance, and that I don't want because I already have C6 Arlecchino on polearms only, and like C6 Arlecchino already feels. I like that that Arlecchino on my polearm account feels different to use than my main account. Like I want her to stay the way she plays. I could always not activate it. Well, yeah, but if it's between not activating it and getting a character that I'm not going to level immediately, but might eventually have fun with him, like Zhongli, may as well. But anyways, the fact that they're buffing like Venti makes me think Zhongli is very likely to get kit changes in the future. Zhongli is almost assuredly gonna get kit changes in the future, right? Right. Surely. Surely they don't like redo Venti to make him much more interesting and then completely never touch Zhongli. Right? Because it's Saluna? Yes, I am Saluna. I should maybe rename myself on Twitch. So I can cope with that it would be cool to have Zhongli eventually. But yeah, we'll see. Anyways. UID review, sorry. What were you asking for? Improved Nefer build. Overall crit over crit problem, reroll question mark. Sin Yan has other pieces. Okay. I'll close Enka. Should maybe turn off the unit review. C2 Nefers. Wow. 299.4. That's funny. Oh boy. The monkey brain is like, new must have 300 crit damage. Okay, we got a cracked goblet, but a little bit sad. It was almost perfect. Well, not a. You can cope that the goblet, even if it rolled one more crit roll, it would have rolled into crit rate, which is pointless. Because you have overcap crit. Other piece 9.3. Oh, I mean, why are you using that? Oh, well, because onset. Never mind. Onset goblet versus offset. That makes sense. 7.4, 21, 19. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with 2 ER. So 5 rolls versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, but then, well, the crit rate's a dead stat, so you'd have to get a different flower, most likely. Yeah, amusingly having such a good circlet in Goblet, but it's so loaded in crit rate, really pushes you towards wanting crit damage substats elsewhere. Interesting. Oops. Interesting. I mean that timepiece is basically the same as far as an off-piece timepiece. I mean, one more ER roll and a tiny bit more CV, but it's kind of whatever. Goblet is first good craft apiece. Yeah, nice. On NC6, you play in what team? Against the plunge boss? I don't know. I think the normal team. Bennett Farr was on Farina, but Bennett might not be the best play there. Like C4 Gene might be better than Bennett because you're getting so much attack buff that it's just like, why bother? Why bother with Bennett, right? Well, no, I need Bennett for healing. Well, no, Gene does healing. Yeah. So like I like C4 Gene might be the play, and then when we do, one of the things though to look at for Shan Yun is she doesn't need a healer for she is the healer, right? So for Shan Yun, I don't know if it's Bennett. I don't know if it's Eon's on. I don't know if it's Aoife on scroll. I don't know if it's Jean C4. Right? So I don't know. Lanyan's going to be an interesting one compared to Shan Yun in particular. Anyways, I think unfortunately I think the only recommendation I would have, I think like your other feather you have for Xinyan on Xinyan is really good. So like unless you get a really good onset timepiece that would allow you to use this goblet, which has a little bit better balance of stats, right? Because if we pretend you get God damn it. If we pretend you get like the literal same timepiece, so like a 40 CV, on set, then you switch to the off-piece goblet, then you know you lose a crit roll. You go technically you'd be slightly not at 100% crit rate. Oh well, you'd be at like 98. Oh no. And then you gain 10% crit damage, and then yeah, that's obviously better, right? That would be the simplest ideal. But getting a perfect timepiece is certainly easier said than done. And I think the more likely thing to happen is getting a different flower or feather that has a different balance of stats. But honestly, you're overcapped by less than a low roll of crit rate. Like, you're overcapped by 1 min roll of crit rate. It's not really that big of a deal, right? Your Never bill is already very good, so I don't have meaningful advice other than keep farming for that perfect piece. And at this point, you understand that, you know, crit damage EM substats, just a crit damage EM 4-liner is definitely worth leveling up, kind of thing. And depends how it rolls. See how it go. As far as rerolls go, though, I mean, if you want to immediately try to fix your build, reroll the. Wait, is this a 3-liner? I don't know. Maybe you don't reroll it then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, this is. Wait, no. Sorry. 13.2 should be a. Yeah, this is a 3-line. Okay. So, like, I don't know. You could reroll the feather and try to get it to roll more into crit damage.
Let us have a modicum of patience.
I don't think it's worth rerolling anything else, though. That's like, I don't know. And rerolling feathers and flowers that aren't 4-line feels weird. So I would just personally not, but it's up to you. Anyways. Okay, so let's go try C4 Gene first in here. People complaining about how Never plays. The most constructive feedback I've seen that I think people have an issue with Never is the way the audio feedback works with when her attacks hit. In particular, if you do her charge attack cancels, feels off to people. I don't personally have that issue with her, but I think it's a side effect of, I don't think Genshin's sound design hasn't, it's not like it's bad for its in-combat sound design. Where is Gene? It's in alphabetical order. This should be easier. There it is. What artifacts did we put on her? So we want tenacity, noblesse. VV would probably not be that important. Scroll, I guess, on someone. Yeah, even without, yeah, you just get 12% damage bonus.
Needs simply to wander through Nod Cry on a misty night.
So yeah, VV. Well, sorry, my brain.
Will be sure to drag him into the darkness.
Should I add Durin for Shan Yun? Oh yeah, is Durin in here? He is. Nice. Okay, cool. What was I saying? My brain forgot. Scroll. Crap. Song of Days Past, is it buff plunge? I think that is a consideration. I'm pretty sure scroll will do more. Like the 12% damage bonus from scroll should do more. You don't have to do like these specific configuration, by the way. Funnily enough, I think literally any of these characters could be on any of these sets. Mix and match how you please. In this team context, I put Elegy here just to see what Elegy would do for the damage potential. stats will be cut off a little bit. That's fine. Okay. We'll check with C2 as well. It's possible that Shan Yun's buff might not matter that much. I'm gonna assume level 9 talents. I think my Shan Yun is actually level 8 talents. Oh, you know what's funny? I feel like so this is so much attack percent. Remember, so attack percent. Oh, it shows in game. Attack percent scales with your base attack, right? So that's your character's base attack plus the weapon they have, and the weapon has more base attack than the character's base attack. Shan Yun's signature weapon. 1, Stygian Onslaught starts with 0 energy. Where the hell? Oh, I'm on my Polarm account. God damn it. Okay. I guess I will not show it. So Shan Yun's signature weapon is 741 base attack, which means it's going to scale with the attack percent buff more. Like it's an extra versus like will be like a Veresa weapon. So 674 base attack, 741 minus 674 is 67 more base attack times 6 is 400 attack. 400 attack more versus the crit. No, the crit's got to be better.
Let us have a
I think the crit has to be better from Shan Yun weapon or from Veresa weapon. So I'll assume Veresa weapon here. We can check other weapons too, of course, but not with Rhymes. Okay, you know what? Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna go. I want to check with my actual build for simplicity. We could assume whatever artifacts, like just assume 30 CV artifacts across the board. But Freedom Swarm on Jean, that would be an option. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I feel like building enough ER to do that. What is Freedom Sworn's trigger condition? I feel like building enough ER on Jean to do that is... Well, no, you'd have triple anima. It wouldn't be that hard. I would think. But it's just an issue of getting your bursts up in the first place. I don't... Again, Polarm account. I don't have Freedom Sword here. Yes, the plunge buff is like 5 minutes basically. We just need to do farming. Oops. Just take a second. So I should just farm for feathers and flowers. Yeah, probably. I think the most likely ones to get an improvement. The only other thing you could do is you could craft, like, spend 2 elixirs, assuming you have elixirs. You could spend 2 elixirs for an EM timepiece for your Nefer. On the off chance that it rolls, 40 CV. It doesn't have to roll 40 CV to be better, because you would get an off piece elsewhere. Not just that goblet, but just depends, right? It would be the ideal if it rolled the same, I would say. And, elixir pieces can be hit or miss, to say the least. If you want elixir, if you're fine with elixir pieces like having only 2 crit rolls, they're great. But if you're wanting an elixir piece to have 4 crit rolls, they're a crapshoot. So that's all. Crap. Yeah, Arlecchino's another one that's interesting. Like, is it good? I assume. So like Arlecchino, right, is like a question of this 1.5 second buff. If you land with a plunge, so Arlecchino doesn't get the bond of life buff for her plunge attacks, right? But she does get everything else. And you can still do, like, you do a plunge, right? You get a plunge, and then you like do a normal attack cancel. And it's very, very possible that the normal attack cancel lands and has the 600% attack buff, right? Like, okay, what do we want to check for characters to like run numbers on? Jean. DPS Shan Yun. Lanyan. We should check Flynn's, because Flynn's is an interesting one where it's worth checking like Shao, but like I do want to check like Arlecchino. Is there anyone else to check? That's obvious. Just those characters should be enough to get a framework. Did you write Gaming? I mean, I don't think we need to check every freaking plunge DPS. We can check Gaming, I suppose, though. Since he is intended to be one. I wonder, is Gaming going to be better than Muika there? Can Muika plunge with her bike? I have no idea. I think she can, right? Yeah, no, she can plunge. Just don't know what if it has any damage amplification. Like her other attacks do. Okay. Muika can plunge? Okay. It's slow. Okay. Yeah, we'll check Gaming. I hope Gaming is better against this boss than Muika. That makes me feel good. 1 hour waiting for the Stygian runs. I mean, I can't do Stygian. Well, I might do Stygian today, but. I really didn't need to do that. Yep. But yeah, checking what kinds of melt damage or non-melt damage, like just vapes, we can get will be an interesting look. Mona would probably be best. Oh yeah, I think checking Mona. I don't know. Oh, I don't know if the damage calculator has the Mona buffs there. When does the Stygian farming end here? We're gonna do one more. I think it ends either tomorrow or the day after. Gaming might end up worse purely because of ER issues. That's true. I hope not. Yeah, the boss doesn't have any energy refunding, so that's definitely gonna cause some problems. God, freaking the stupid energy thing. Like the energy thing wouldn't be a problem if they just did energy refunding mechanics, but it's just so annoying because of how inconsistently it's a problem. Because sometimes it doesn't matter, sometimes it does a lot. Yeah. Not need attack percent sands. That's true. Yes, just run ER sands. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a run ER sands approach. Honestly, yeah, that's actually a really good point. The fact that this gives so much attack gives you. I mentioned it before in that like the context of like a def percent timepiece might even be better than an attack timepiece if it depending on the obviously attack percent stat for stat attack percent still gonna be better. But if you have a really good like high CV def percent piece and a shitty attack percent piece, then the def percent piece is gonna be better. But if you need the energy, ER timepiece will definitely be way better. That is a very good thing to point out. The Luke Dragon Strike, yeah, that will be pretty good too. I don't think we need. I think just calcing Gaming is enough. To be clear. Because, like, the Luke is not going to be so fundamentally different in the damage numbers you would see from a Pyro Plunge compared to Gaming. Other than he has a little bit of higher... Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe it is, now that I think about it. Maybe it is going to be meaningfully higher because of... Like, having super inflated attack stats might exaggerate the difference in multiplier value. This is so many characters to check here. We're gonna be putting in characters for 5 years. But whatever, I'll jot him down. Oh, we need to check. We do need to check like what official Xiangling do. We'll check like official Xiangling in like an overload context. Chever's team, whatever. What does Chever's count as? Can Chever's disable this thing's attacks? You Numa or Oja? You're Oja, damn. Okay. If Chever's was Numa, she could disable the thing's attacks. Gaming 100% wants an EM sands. I mean, yeah, for sure. But if you can't swing, if you need the ER, you need the ER, right? C4 Amber's battery? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It might seem stupid to be like C4 Amber as a battery. Why? That's not worth first sacrificing a buffer. But like, you get so much attack for free that like the relative value of Bennett is so much smaller that you can quite literally get rid of Bennett in favor of Amber. and it will be better. Especially if you have an Elegy Amber. Like, Elegy alone might be better than Bennett buff. Especially factoring in the energy value for someone like Gaming. It's so weird. It's so, I don't know, it's so interesting. Like this is an example of an enemy that like you just don't like calculating team damage from a normal context means nothing for this enemy. It means nothing for this enemy. You have to calculate entirely around the extent to which you can utilize the mechanics, and how much you can really abuse the 600% attack buff is going to depend. So, yeah, Bennett for a different slot is what you're seeing. Okay, cool. But you're running numbers yourself is what you're seeing, or that's just what you think? Showing you they pretty much need to make sure every new on-field DPS they can't plunge, or they can, but it would be a DPS loss. Yeah. Yeah. I don't mind them making units like Arlecchino where she's meant to be doing normal attacks and her buff applies to her normal attacks and not her charge attacks and not her plunges. That's fine. I actually am fine with how they did that. I don't like that their solution for Flynn's was literally say no, he can't plunge. That's just so stupid. That, like, literally a line in his kit saying no, fuck you, he can't plunge is so lame. Like, make his kit better. Design his kit better. Like, yeah, you have the option, even if it's worse. You just want to plunge because you like it? Yeah. Anyways. Like, we'll never get to see what Flynn's plunge animation looks like. I mean, well, you can do a plunge outside of his skill state, of course, but I'm talking, you know, whatever. You get the point. Anyways, okay, we're done here. Well, sorry, no, we're not done here because I actually got a Candace piece. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Alright, we need like all the ER rolls. And it could be an extremely minor upgrade. Like, it might give me a 30k HP on Candace, which would make my monkey brain happy. But it needs to roll well. Do I throw that away? I don't know. I don't need to right now. Okay. Is it gonna troll me and go all on the crit damage? No. Good. Another ER roll, please. Okay, it's cooked. Dead artifact. Oh, very dead. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, perfect Candace piece. Okay. Let me log in. Well, no, whatever. Same difference. Alright. Well, I load in. So let's assume Plunge Shot should be better on Shunyun. At least a C1 Shunyun like I have. Not one. No, Plunge Set is probably better on Shunyun regardless, I would assume. I would hope. But it might not be. You have Farina, so you could do 4-piece Marasasis, right? And Shunyun doesn't descend with crit, unlike someone like Shao. So that would be a potential another reason to use Marasasis. But I'm gonna assume Plunge Set. Because I have it. Okay. Crit rate. Animo bonus. We'll assume attack percent, but again, unironically, we will check and see like what the damage loss is from doing ER versus attack percent, and if there's not that much damage loss from doing attack percent, or sorry, ER versus attack percent, then it'll just be switched to an ER piece. Yeah. Thought you said Marasasi. I did say Marasasi. That's just the silly name I use for Marashase hunters. But I clarified because I feel like people might not know what I meant. Okay. So, is my resin capped here? Nope. Good, we have time. Okay, okay. So... Where's Plunge? There we go. Okay. I think I have an ER timepiece on this account. I just haven't leveled them. I don't? Oh, I do. Oh, it's sorted. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I could actually level that and have it roll really terribly. Alright, yeah, so I don't know exactly what the build I would use this, but let's see. Let's see. We're not gonna factor in ER right now. we're just gonna, I mean, it's gonna be crit value overall else, right? But, so I'm gonna assume this piece probably. 10.1, 17.1. Map. And that. One thing that's annoying, this website does not have the ability to, we'll assume this piece. This website does not have the ability to just like keep the same team configuration, but swap the main unit you're using without swapping the team or the artifacts. I have to reconfigure everything anew. Alright, attack time piece. Probably gonna bias towards this one. 8.6. 11.7. And I have an animal goblet that is perfect. Actually, I have two now. One's slightly better. As long as I don't need the extra crit rate. This would be better if I don't need the, if I need the crit rate. And don't need the ER. Okay. There's no strong boss limit farming the set because of how resident inefficient is. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good thing probably for you. You could argue it's not even worth farming for even Whiskirk and Veressa. But I have it, so I'm checking it. And also, it's probably gonna go like amplifying your damage bonus stat as far as you can. Like a little bit of damage bonus probably goes meaningfully further than, like, it's just gonna be damage bonus and crit are gonna be the most valuable stats when you have 600% attack, right? EM too if it's a team that triggers scaling reactions, right? Okay. And then the circlet. Be that piece. 21 crit damage. And 4.7 attack. And like I'd have like 30 ER for 11.7. I'd have like 4.5, that'd be 15, and then this would have 10. Yeah, okay. I would have like 30 ER, so hopefully that would be enough. Okay. So now we can actually see the numbers. Let's see. Okay. All right. That is 78, 184 crit ratio. That's fine. Okay. And party Gene, Animares, Shred, Animares. And we'd have one stack of that. Usually, yeah, yeah. Ascension buff. Yeah, yes. We'll see what it is within that. Oh, let's leave the Ascension buff off for now. Okay. And Farina, we'll assume max fanfare, level 10. We'll assume Constellation 1. We can check with and without Constellation 1. We can toggle all these things off just to see the effect they have. How much the effect of like a little bit of attack, a little bit of a whatever damage bonus has an effect on. There's probably going to be an exaggerated effect. Elemental burst level on Farazan 13. I think it's 13. Well, hopefully. Base attack. Well, her A4 is not gonna do shit, but you know. I think I have like 600 base attack on Fav. I'm going to assume a Fav Farazan, to be honest. I don't think Elegy is gonna do much here because Elegy buff is just the attack buff, but we'll check with the Elegy. Attack speed increase and movement speed, that probably doesn't matter, but why not check it? Doesn't hurt. Alright, and Vivid Notions would not be up fully for every plunge. This one would be. Or sorry. Yeah, that one would be. This one would only be up after the skill plunges. Can you stop moaning? Alright,
Where did that come from?
Okay, Long Night's Oath, I don't know what the average stacks are. We'll assume max stacks for now. I know like Shunyun can keep max stacks at least for a portion of the time on the set, because I've used it before. But I don't know if she can fully. 12% damage bonus. Okay. So sure, let's just assume Elegy is up. Why not? Let's assume maximum buff potential completely across the board. Without Shunyun buff up, well, whatever. So without Shunyun buff up, we get 170,000 on skill, normal plunge, but then activate Shunyun buff, and we get 200,000, 230,000, 130,000 on high plunge from that. Okay. So this is just the skill activation plunges. Ages.
Let's go.
Ages. Swatch the okay. And well, to be clear, the vivid you only get the 40%. So the normal plunges will have 120,000 high plunge. You won't have 130,000 because you don't have the 40% from vivid notions for this damage over here. But yeah, so big damage numbers from Shunyun, but this is without the 600% attack. With a C0 Shunyun. Well, C1 we'll assume, but it doesn't matter. Custom, add custom, 600% attack. Bap. Yup. Good God. Alright, so Jesus Christ.
My people are used to the desert life.
Alright, what does Vivid Notions do? Okay, so let's see what Vivid Notions does. So without the Vivid Notions skill buff, crit damage like buff for the skill, I'm gonna guess this is like an extra 100k damage from 40% crit damage. No, I was wrong. It was like 60k. My bad. 30 ER enough? I mean, it's a triple Animo team. I don't know. Like maybe. I'm not sure. Like again, I'm not gonna worry about ER right now. The point is to see like the relative differences in what this stuff does. But like, holy. Okay, sure. Just do basically triple the damage. Yep. Okay, so that's what that does. And this is with Gene C4, to be clear, by the way. And I want to see. Okay, I want to see what Shunyun buff does. Where is Shunyun buff? Okay, so how much is Shunyun buff doing here? It's still doing a pretty significant amount. Yeah, I kind of figured it would be.
At least it doesn't hide anything.
Like the relative gain is not insane, which is not too surprising because, again, like so, one thing that's possible. Let's see what the difference is. I did level 9 talent. Let's see what the difference is between Shunyun buff and like 1 talent level. So we can see without Shunyun buff, we're getting 190,000 plunge. Do 1 more talent level. Oh, that's actually not that high. I thought that was gonna go up higher. Okay, never mind. So yeah. I don't know, it's value of double dipping in the attack stat, but yeah. Okay. 850k E hits on Gaming with C2 Sit Lolly. Yeah, you might be able to get like 2 million. Who knows? Oh boy. So, yeah, okay. What the frick? Okay. Sorry, I'm just like, this is nonsense numbers, right? But what happens? So let's see. What's the effect? So we'll keep that off. And we'll see what's the relative value of like elegy here. So 20% attack. Yeah. See, so you can see what we're talking about with like the relative value of attack buffs. We're only getting 10k more damage. We're getting 10k more damage in the skill, and 5k more damage. Like, like nothing. Elegy is doing nothing. You would absolutely use Fav here. Elegy is doing nothing. Just use Fav. Okay. And we'll see what Bennett buff does. We'll remove Gene and put Bennett in place, right? Let's compare 40% red shred. And Gene C4 should just be permanently up, like through Gene's burst duration. So, but not everyone has Gene C4, right? So we should check other options. But let's see what C1 free knows. So 25% damage bonus. Yeah, that's not too surprising. It's a pretty significant loss, but not as big as I thought it was going to be, actually. I thought it was going to scale a little bit more.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide.
That's interesting.
What you see is what you get. And whether you take on the challenge,
it should be a similar story if we only have average 3 stacks here. Yeah, it's still not that much loss. Like, we're getting so much of an attack buff that, like, losing a bunch of other stats actually doesn't matter that much. Like, it matters, don't get me wrong. Especially here, but Spav is a crit buff since you can't put more substats into crit. Or since you can put more substats into crit instead of ER. Yeah. Yeah. Mona with Shan Yun's weapon as a support. Would that work? Would that work? When nearby party members hit opponents with plunging attacks, they regain 2.5 energy. And then after the equipping character hits an opponent with a plunging attack. So you have to do a Mona plunge to get this buff. But that's fine. It's probably worth doing. Okay, well that's funny. We'll check. We'll check Mona. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, so yeah. I don't know. Interesting, all in all. This also means, okay, so we don't have to check EFA on scroll, by the way, because like we can just kind of tell by removing some damage bonus. You can see the relative difference that damage bonus does. The EFA will be good, but as soon as we delete Gene here, and oh yeah, it's only 28% damage bonus. So like EFA would be equivalent to the C1 for a difference here, right? It's basically exactly the same amount of damage bonus. Not insignificant, but Gene's reg shred should be much more significant than 28% damage bonus. Oh, we could check Freedom Sworn, I guess. EVA would not be a terrible option, but I think Mona would be much better for sure. Yeah, there we go. Attack and... Okay, Freedom Sworn is a pretty damn big difference. Plunging damage bonus plus the attack buff. Freedom Sworn would be worth trying to use. Certainly not insignificant. Okay. One thing to check quick. What does Shan Yun's weapon do on herself? We want to check the value of that. So what are we getting? We're like 500k. That's without that one buff up. And yeah, okay. Oh, I didn't check what C2 Shan Yun does.
Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
Okay. Interesting. Huh. So C2 Shan Yun is not buffing your skill that much, but the 350k, 610k. Interesting. We get like another 100k more damage on our normal attack plunge, but we also gain 100k from each, which makes sense because it's a flat buff. Yeah. So C2 Shan Yun is humongous, but not for the skill damage.
My people are used to the desert life.
300k plunges though. 350k plunges. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, this boss is gonna be so fun to do stupid shit like this with. All right. What is Shan Yun's DP? Okay, so what is my Shan Yun's DPS gonna be like with this weapon, real quick? Let's live in Fairyland and pretend she crits every single time. And let's assume I can get away with Freedom Sworn. We're not gonna assume Elegy because I think Elegy does not do enough relative difference. Wait, why is Elegy not applying the attack buff? Is it broken? Oh, it's because you can't do freedom. Elegy and Freedom Sworn is the same buff. Yep. I forgot. All right, we'll just keep this buff up then. And what is this? 718,000. So I would get, Jesus fucking Christ, 700,000 times 2, and then 365,000 times 6. So plus 1.4 million. We're gonna ignore all the other damage in the team. Shan Yun would be doing 3.6 million damage per rotation. So we'll divide by 20 seconds. That's 180k DPS. Okay, is that enough? What is the DPS check with the buff up? Is that enough to clear? 23 million HP divided by 120. It's not. Oof. It's not really. Okay. So yeah, guys, dire difficulty is cringe. So whatever. Oh well. I'll still see how far I can push it. Welcome to the chat room. Why did it say welcome to the chat room? We haven't checked Mona yet, to be clear. It's possible that Mona is better.
The desert's a tough
Oops.
adversary, but at
Oops,
least it
where's my
doesn't
thing?
hide
There it is.
anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the
Probably
challenge
is enough before they
entirely
increase the dire HP. Yeah, it was before. Because before it was 20 million. Yeah, man, I hate that they decided to be cringe. Like, the dire HP levels made sense before, but they're like, nope, we forgot to make dire cringe. So they, like, Baptist used to be 7 million. Like, and now it's 11 million. Like, like, fuck you. And then this doubles now. It was less than a doubling before, less than a doubling before. This thing retained the same HP, which, yay. The most cringe enemy mechanically retained the same HP. That's my suspicion. I don't know exactly. This one's weird. Yeah, 20 million divided by 120. Yeah, it was definitely well past before. But anyways, whatever. Dire difficulty is fucked. Who the hell cares? The DPS check without dire is 4
My
million.
people are used to the desert life.
120 is
Hope that
95k.
one day they'll be able to find an
So,
oasis of their own.
it's twice what is necessary at Fearless, basically. But barely not enough for whatever. Barely not enough for dire means it might actually be doable for dire. With some bin maxing in one way or another. Because remember, I'm not factoring in like things like Farazan's damage and whatever. So it might actually be past the threshold. Like if Farina and Farazan contribute 20k DPS, which is probably the case, it would get past it, right? So, anyways,
Desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide
oh,
anything.
where's my damn tab? There it
What
is.
you see is what you
Okay,
get.
so
Whether you take on the
before
challenge
we
is
go back, let's
entirely
go
up to
back to C1 now. Let's go check. Yeah, disable that. Okay, that's fine. Let's go check Shanyun's signature weapon on Shanyun. 90. Okay. Plunging attacks. It's just that buff, right? Yeah, okay. So that's interesting. Yeah, Shanyun's signature weapon is not that much worse. What about Lost Prayers?
My people are used to the desert
We'll just
life,
pretend it's max
but
buff.
still, I hope that
Actually, no,
one
it's not
day
gonna be
they'll
max
be
buff.
able
It
to find
takes
an oasis of their own.
4 stacks. It
and
takes
sandstorms
4 seconds.
behind forever
We'll
life.
assume. Why is there 5? Wait. Why does this have 5 stacks? Whatever. We'll assume 2 stacks. Okay. The Lost Prayers R1, and then we need to do crit damage with like a crit rate. Okay, so Lost Prayer is pretty good. Yeah. Lost Prayers are pretty good. So any statistic weapon should be fine. Alright, we'll go back to what I had before. Okay. Let's go back to Varas's weapon.
The desert's a tough adversary.
Different
but at least
notions
it
are
doesn't
1.
hide anything. What you see is what you get. And
Yeah,
whether
the
you take on the
crit and high
challenge
base
is
attack is too
entirely
good
up to you.
of a combo. Plus, yeah. Yep, no surprises. Alright, so now let's check if there's anyone better than Jean. So delete Jean here. Yeah, we lose a lot. And just for a quick sanity check of sorts, let's show like, I don't know, if you throw in Eva, because Eva can use full 4-piece scroll, right? And, oh, Eva can also do Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. I don't know. More attack, why not? Bat. And, then he can use 4-piece scroll. Animo, Brap. Okay. Eva on TDDS is not really that much worse than Jean. I mean, well, he is. We're talking like 10% worse. Eva on TDDS is 10% worse than C4 Jean. So, yeah. You can run literally anyone as a plunge unit? Yeah. Yeah, remember that everyone has plunges. Well, Flynn's is weird. Shanyun Sig is near Veresa Sig on Veresa too. That's a good question. We'll check when we check Veresa. Skirk might work pretty well, yeah. Okay, so there's you. That makes me think Mona's gonna be really good, by the way. So yeah, I don't think the buffs, I don't think they have the buff character kits implemented here. But Mona, so the notable difference then with Mona is just that you will spend a little bit of field time on Mona doing some normal attacks. Where's Mona? To extend her buff duration. Is all. Wait, no, you need 2 moon sign characters, don't you? Shit. Right? Okay, well, we'll check Mona without a moon, with like normal Mona right now. But keep in mind, normal Mona would have less burst duration, I believe. I think you need moon sign characters, if I recall, to get the burst duration. No Raiden dire attempts today? No, we might. We're just lost in the numbers right now. Where's Mona? Where's Mona? Mona. There she is. Okay. So first we'll check tails. Bap. Scroll again, I guess. Okay. Scroll. Doing tails. Okay. And then there we go. Omen. So wait, isn't this the buff? Oh, they do have buff Mona here. Oh, sick. Okay. Interesting. Here to off-field bonus. This would not matter. EM doesn't matter, so that doesn't really matter much. Okay. So yeah, Mona's buff doesn't really buff her anymore, other than the duration extension. So level 10. We can check Constellation 4, but anyways. So Mona's about equivalent to C4 Gene at a baseline for when Mona's buff is up, but C4 Gene would have longer duration, and also you get more animo particles, right? So C4 Gene is better than Mona at a baseline. What about C4 Mona? Oh well, duh, it's just crit rates. Well, actually, okay. I mean, the crit rate's very good here. Like Jesus Christ, actually. That is fair. You know what? The crit rate from Mona is gonna be really good. Okay. So what about then? What happens if we put in Durin, right? Because Durin would extend the actual buff duration, right? So goodbye to you. Hello to you. We can maybe assume Freedom Sworn and not Freedom Sworn. Put Noblesse on. Re-enable Noblesse. Keep Freedom Sworn off for now. And then this would yeah, Durin would be vaporizing in this team, but you probably do the Anima Red Shred. But this would actually matter for Durin's damage, right? Which is interesting. We need to go do the debuffs. C6 decreases opponent's defense by 30%. Wow, alright. We're not going to assume that. Extension 1. Secret, right? Yes. Alright. So Durin, so this is Durin versus Varazon, right? Which, by the way, now okay, now Shanyun is solo Animo. So solo Animo is I don't know, right? But you know, we're gonna live in Fantasyland and pretend that's not a problem. So Durin 440k at a baseline here, but that's before we activate Mona buff, right? Or is Mona buff still active? Yeah, it is. Mona buff is still active. Okay. So Durin is not that bad, and if we factor in Durin's damage, they would be much better than Varazon's here.
What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge.
And then this
is
EM buff
entirely
from
up
her
to you.
matters too a lot. So yeah, I don't know. Mona would be interesting with Durin, and how much damage is Durin doing to compensate for less damage on Shanyun is clearly what the situation is here versus Farazan. Yeah. What if we check Freedom Sworn? Yeah. Okay. So I think I would personally lean towards C4 Gene. Then
My people are
who else to
used to
check?
the
Oh, we didn't
desert
check
life,
Bennett.
but still,
We didn't
I
check
hope
Bennett.
that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own
Put Farazan back.
and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Farazan. Okay. Less. Okay. So goodbye, Mona. Oh shit, we didn't check. Oh frick. Sorry, we're gonna put Mona back. We didn't check what Shanyun's weapon would do on
The
Mona.
desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you
Can I
get,
find her
and
again?
whether
There
you
she is.
take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Because that is a very interesting weapon option to put here, I think. Scroll. But again, we wouldn't have the burst duration extension, so I think Mona's kind of sus without the burst duration extension, personally. But we're checking anyways. I think it's worse than TDDS, I believe. Oh wait, we don't have scroll. Yeah, it's maybe better than TDDS, I guess, because of the energy refund for Mona. But if I recall, TDDS was not really that much different. So just to say that, you know, attack percent, yeah. I mean, I guess it was a little bit better than TDDS. So if you have a Shanyun signature weapon for Mona, it's a little bit better. Maybe meaningfully better for energy refunding. But yeah, I think Mona in general is a little sus. But not a bad option. But like, what was Aoife again? Aoife was like, Aoife. And before we scroll. Okay. And oh, frick, I didn't have Farazan. Oops. I forgot. My bad. My bad. That's fine. It's fine for what we just checked with Shanyun's weapon,
Whoever
though.
pays the most is your new
It's just
boss.
so Shanyun's weapon is a little bit more meaningfully better than I thought if we had put in Farazan properly, but not crazily. Whatever, 600. We're assuming Fav. Okay. And Drilling Tails, yes. Scroll. Animo. Night Soul. Yeah. Like, Eva is surprisingly good. And the buff would actually have real uptime. Eva just good. Eva is unironically, I think, the most compelling option. If you don't have C4 Gene right now.
The desert's a
Unless
tough
Bennett
adversary,
is just better.
but at least it
Which he might be.
doesn't hide anything. What you see
Bennett
is
can
what
use
you
Freedom
get,
Sworn. We can check
and
Freedom
whether you
Sworn.
take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Again, this is ignoring potential ER problems, right? So Bennett, we can check with Freedom Sworn and Aquila. I can just type in whatever base attack I want. We'll assume Constellation 1, of course, and 5. Scroll. Wait, Bennett can't trigger a well. I'm putting in scroll as Anno, but you would have Farazan on scroll, Bennett on Noblesse, right? Duh. So, not Bennett on scroll, but it still would be there. Okay, so Bennett buff, and then his base attack with Freedom Sworn would be about, I think it would be 799. So 10k attack on Shanya. Wow. So Bennett is similar to Eva, without factoring the Freedom Sworn buff. If you do have Freedom Sworn buff going, which takes 2 skills, I believe, then he is better than Eva. Still not quite to C4 gene levels though. So yeah, Bennett worse than C4 gene. And let's assume no Freedom Sworn, but then Aquila Pavonia. Yeah, it's a little better. Barely better. What about 7 like 60? Yeah. There's not that much difference in the weapon, honestly. What about if you do Fab Bennett? Fab Bennett's like 650 base attack. It's not that much worse, yeah. So you could Fab Bennett. It's not bad. I mean, Bennett is still contributing. Just not an insane amount. Boy. What is the difference? I didn't check. What does an ER timepiece do? Yeah. Yeah, you really don't lose that much damage. Particularly with Bennett, at least. What about without Bennett? Yeah, you lose like 10% damage, which is not insignificant. You definitely want attack timepiece. Weird. Tupies Tupies, Mona, Hydra damage set. Yeah, we weren't factoring anything like Mona's damage contribution, obviously. Especially with the buffs next patch. So, anyways, Bennett, not a bad option. But not the most compelling. Anyone else to check? Linny Mono Pyro Plunge. Does that work? Well, he'd be doing physical plunges. I don't know, maybe. Any other buffer to check? Oh, we forgot about... Wait, no, can Albedo? No, I don't think Albedo can give animal damage bonus. I have to plunge? No, I mean, like, for the... I wanted to look at the... Who is the last slot best buffer for Shanyun. That's what we were trying to figure out. Who is the best buffer for Shanyun against this enemy? I think it's C4 Gene by a not insignificant degree, and then Bennett and Aoife are similar to each other. Aoife being better, I think, at a baseline. C4 Albedo gives plunge damage bonus. I mean, sure. I don't think many people have that, but
I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for their life.
You know, he can hold Peak Patrol song. All right, and let's see. Constellation 4.
We mercs have one simple rule.
Plunging attack damage
Whoever
bonus.
pays the most is your new boss.
Wow. That's an amusing constellation. Okay, and he wouldn't do anything there. Gives 4%. Charge attack, plunging attack, party members. Okay. I don't think I'd have that buff, right? So I don't know. Let's just assume Constellation 4. Yep. If you have Constellation 4 and a Peak Patrol song, he beats Aoife and Bennett, but isn't better than Gene. And he is matching Aoife and Bennett with Constellation 4 and no Peak Patrol song. So not the most compelling, but a funny option. Isn't Scroll useless here? No. Well, it's useless on Albedo. The point of Scroll is like Scroll in this context would be on Farazan, not on Albedo. And you put like Noblesse on Albedo or whatever. So the point was just to have Scroll, Noblesse, and Tenacity present. That you don't need to be focused on like whatever on the specific things. Don't know if 12% is worth taking up a 4AP slot. What else the hell are you gonna do? Again, Scroll would not be on Albedo himself. You're getting too focused on like it doesn't matter. We're checking the total buffs for Shanyun. We're not saying I'm not saying you're using Scroll on Albedo. Lanya upcoming Arlecchino banner. Yep, I made a post about it. Eon's on Noblesse, Farazan Scroll, yeah.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't.
You get the
hide
energy
anything.
refunding then too, which is
What you
nice.
see is what you get. And whether you take on the challenge,
I mean,
is
Eonson's not
entirely
gonna
up to you.
be. Eonson should be like basically the same as Bennett. Actually, wait. Maybe Eonson. I think Eonson's better than Bennett because she uses Fab. That's my vibe. I think Eonson would be better than Bennett because she uses Fab, and you don't need the healer. Again, Farazan wouldn't be on 4-piece scroll here. Farazan would be on Noblesse. You put Farazan would be on scroll. Eonson would be on Noblesse. 50, 3,000, 13. So Eonson without. Well, this would be. That would be C5. So. That's, okay, never mind. Eonson's a bit worse than I thought she was gonna be. Oh wait, we didn't enable scroll. Not Night Soul. Okay, yeah, 464k. That's a little bit closer. Okay, what about? So this would be a C2 Eonson. What about a C5 Eonson? Okay, yep, getting up there, and then C6. Yeah, okay, C6 Eonson. Assuming we're triggering C6 reliably, which I think you would be. Is better than Eva and better than Bennett, but not as good as Jean. So yeah. No circle impact. I feel like circle impact doesn't matter against this enemy unless it ends up moving around. I'm assuming it doesn't though. We're calculating DPS Shunyun. Yeah, we're calculating DPS Shunyun against the. We're trying to figure out what the best last slot is. I did check a free Farazan alternative with Durin, and Durin might be better, I guess, technically because of Durin's damage contribution, but I didn't calc that. Yeah, we're calculating because of this, and Shunyun getting a whack ton of additional damage value from attack percent, double dipping in it. It does have attacks that move in Overworld, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how much it's gonna move in Stygian. I'm assuming it's gonna be more like the Abyss version though, where it just basically sits still and just attacks with the big waves of damage. And the description from it basically seems to imply that it's only just doing the constant big waves of damage. But I could be wrong. Death Shred characters? Oh. That's a funny thing to point out. Lisa is interesting. Okay, I don't know. We're gonna ignore how built. We're gonna be idealistic, and we're gonna pretend that you don't have to use Fab, but you have to use Fab. I think on Lisa here.
I hope that one day they'll
But I will select
find
TTDS
ways
just
of
as a
their own
theory.
and leave
We'll
the
check with and without
sandstorms
TTDS.
behind for a better life.
Right. So yeah, Lisa Death Shred. We're not gonna enable TTDS yet. Scroll back. NMO. And then let's see. Where are what? Oh, it's in the debuffs page. Yep. Debuffs, Death Shred reduction 15%. That's a pretty big upgrade. And then if you did somehow have the ability to burst every rotation and have TDDS on Lisa, she jumps up to... Okay, darn. I thought she'd jump up more. Oh well. RIP. Lisa's still worse than Bennett. Even with 5 Bennetts of buffs on the team, still worse than Bennett.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get. And
Who was
whether you
the other
take on
ones?
challenge is
C4 Razor.
entirely up to
C4 Razor. What? C4 Razor is def reduction for himself, is it not? We can check C2 Glee, I guess, for the lulz. I feel like more people have C2 Moika than C2 Glee. And Moika can do whatever. Moika can hold tenacity. And then Moika gives some damage bonus. Although she's only going to burst. Well, no, if you have a Moika, you can do burst time Moika every rotation, yeah. Lisa's better in my eyes because she's pretty in purple. You're not wrong.
We mercs have one
Anyways,
whoever
Animo,
pays the most
no Night
is your
Soul.
new boss.
And then we assume Moika, not Constellation 4. We'll just pretend she has maximum points. Death Shred. Look at that. Moika C2 is the second best option, I believe, now. Still quite a bit behind Jean. C4. Do. And just Clee.
My people are used
Where's
to the
Clee?
desert
Where's
life,
Clee?
but still, I hope that
Um.
one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
There she is. Clee could be on Thrilling Tales. All right, Thrilling Tales. I think she can be on Thrilling Tales. I don't think you need. Do you need a burst on Clee for this? No, it's just skill damage, right? Okay, cool. We're in Chenyu Vale. 23%. Okay. 503,000. Little worse than C2 Muika. So yeah. Well, maybe not really worse because
Desert's
Muika has a
tough
decaying
adversary.
damage bonus,
doesn't
so
hide
probably
behind
equivalent to C2
what
Muika.
you see is what you get.
Venti,
Whether you
Durin,
take on the
Farazan.
challenge is entirely up to you.
We could check, but I feel like losing for damage bonus is gonna be pretty bad. I think that's probably enough. The only other consideration, but this is not something I can meaningfully do because we're not doing team DPS calcs. But if we were doing actual team DPS calcs, one thing to check would be what Fischl or Xiangling's damage would be if you snapshot this buff. So we can check that in a hypothetical by just putting in Fischl here like as the main unit. But first, let's check what you mentioned. So you said Farazan and Venti Durin. Durin and Mr. Venti. Okay. We can pretend there's an elegy or something, I guess. And a 4-piece scroll. And then tenacity, so Durin would be on, to be clear. Durin would probably be on Noblesse, you would be on tenacity, you on scroll, or vice versa. Or no, is that you? Yeah, you would be on tenacity, you'd be on scroll. Yeah. You have an elegy. Yeah. Okay. And so Durin, do Animo. Oh, did I select this properly before with Durin? I don't know if I did.
We mercs have one
Oh shit.
simple rule.
Well, I might not have
Whoever
selected that
pays
properly
the
with Mon
most
before.
is your new boss.
Oh well. Hopefully I did. Secret right, yes. I remember checking the secret right button, but is there anything else? Okay, Venti, Constellation 2. Okay. All right. C1, C2, Venti, C4, tenacity, scroll, Animo. That. Wait, doesn't Venti give damage bonus? I thought with magic, right? Is it just not? Is it
My
not? Did they not put in the
people are
Venti
used to desert
changes?
life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of
I think
their
they
own
didn't put in the Venti
and
changes,
leave
did they?
sandstorms behind for a better life.
Rip. Or maybe they put in Venti changes, but just for his personal damage and not his buff. So I thought he gave a buff. Wika with a 600% boosted burst, 600% boosted burst vape would probably deal a lot more damage. Muika's burst doesn't. You have to like get the attack buff from going up from below. So if you activate Muika's burst, she comes from above. She doesn't trigger the buff, just by
Desert's a
burst
tough
activation.
adversary, but at
And
least it doesn't
the
hide
buff will
behind
definitely, even if you like
what
jump and
see
then
is what
burst,
you
right?
get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely
I don't know, there's a
up to you.
possibility, but I'm pretty sure Bumika's burst animation is long enough that you can't like jump and then burst. You presumably will not get it. Also, you can't burst when you're in the air, I don't think. So, yeah. It will not work because she comes from the wrong direction. If she came from below and then came down, it would maybe work, but I don't think it does. So, but Moika burst can still do something, so I don't know. Venti burst, if you trigger swirl, get a 50% damage buff. It's not implemented. That's what I thought. Okay. So we can manually put that in, I guess. it's not gonna get anywhere. Farina does a lot here, so it's not gonna quite get there, but might be relatively close to without.
My people are used
I don't know. With factoring endurance damage, maybe it's actually pretty good. I don't know.
I hope that one day
Let
they'll
me
be able to find
do
an oasis of their own
that.
and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Certainly not near the Farina GNC4 levels, but this would be one of the more compelling options for sure. So yeah. Remove that. Okay, I think that's good. So yeah, GNC4 will be what I will use when I try this.
Whoever pays the most is your new
That is the
boss.
conclusion. GNC4, Aoife, Bennett, Venti, Durin, Mona, whatever combos are interesting for certain, but not necessarily the default. They're just all alternatives to each other with different nuances, and depending on the weapons you have available, if you have like a particular 5-star supported weapon, might push you towards using one or the other, right? Freedom Swarm being a fairly significant difference maker, clearly. Alright, what was I doing? Wait, we're gonna check official. Official just with Farina buff alone first, and then we can check for official in an overload team.
But at
And
least
this would
it doesn't
be...
hide anything. What you see
Yeah, I
is
just
what you
realized I can
get,
have
and what
a chair sitting here. I could have been... There we go. Make Dia stop yapping. Official, like this would be checking for official snapshot buff, right? So first we'll check official snapshot with Farina buff, and then we can check official, not for snapshotting Farina's buff, but for snapshotting the attack buff. And then we can check official in like an overload team context as well. So, Where is official? There she is. Okay. Alright, so level 90 official. And this time I'm just going to put in hypothetical artifacts. We can assume Golden Troop. Electro. Attack percent. And crit rate ramp. 21 crit damage, and let's assume crit rate weapon, so let's assume, I don't know, something ideal. It's a very good goblet, so let's assume a, I don't know, a poopy thing here, like a really crappy timepiece. But then really good everything else, I don't know. So we're assuming a good official build, but not an insane official build. 85-170 ratio. Okay. And level 110 target. Okay. We're not going to assume VV or anything. I just want to assume this context. Alone. Magic, secret right. No, we wouldn't have magic secret right. We can check with it, but we'll check without first. Golden Troop. And 12. Wait, no, it's Farina. Oops. 10. 300. Okay. And then we add 600%. Well, sorry. Wait, first. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so Oz at a baseline. Official's doing not that much, which is fine. Yeah. 550, 400, 70, 100. We don't have many other buffs going on in the team. We're just factoring Farina alone. What happens if you give a 600% attack buff to official? Yep. Literally makes official do 4 times the damage. Oz is doing 24k on each tick, and Thundering Retribution is doing 22k. So if you snapshot official, I don't know, it's going to depend on the team. But if you snapshot official might add like 20k DPS. So it's Calc 4, we're checking the nuances of like how much, what kind of damage numbers you get with this 600% attack buff. So in this context, we're checking what Fischl would do with Farina buff up and then snapshotting. We can also like assume this or whatever. Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, that's not going to do much, I guess, because, yep. So that's funny. Anyways, so yeah, Fischl, 600% attack for Fischl does a lot. What about for an overload team context? So I don't know, this would be like if you're plunging with, we're not going to go Calc Arlecchino, but let's say you're using Fischl for Arlecchino. We'll do Arlecchino Eonson, I don't know. With Shivers. And scroll. Bless. I think Fischl should technically be on Tenacity in this team, most likely, but don't care. Noblesse. Electro, Night Soul. Oops. Yes. Constellation 6. You probably only have like one stack. We have 40k HP. And Eon Son buff would be for the, let's see, the 50. We'll check a C2 Eon Son first. So with C2 Eon Son, we'll check that. Wait, no, that wouldn't be up. Never mind. So that's fine. Okay, and then debuffs. Red Shred. There we go. Okay, so C2 Eon Son, Fischl's doing, yeah, 32k. Yeah, we're getting a, yeah, so 13k, 11k A4s, or 12k A4s. Yeah, so slightly less than a tripling, because we have more overall attack buffs going on. Or just different diversification of buffs. Still basically a tripling though. And then what if we assume a C6 Eon Son? I don't know if you can snapshot C6 Eon Son buff actually, but we'll check the boxes if you can. It's not that different. It's a little bit more if you can. So yeah. Anyways, yep, snapshotting with Fischl would be strong. Again, I'm not 100% confident it's doable, but I think it's very likely it is. Because, again, you can get the buff on Fischl, you jump up, you plunge down, and then just skill immediately. And a skill might cancel the charge attack. Sorry, skill might cancel the plunge animation. If it doesn't, then you just dash, and then skill input immediately. Like, I'm pretty certain. I'd be slightly surprised if it wasn't doable to snapshot. Also, I just realized this is level 1 talent Fischl. She's actually doing 60k. She's actually doing 60k. Also, wait, it should be like a C6 Fischl. I forgot. I did forget. Oopsies. Fischl does 170k on skill activation with the buff up, and then can snapshot a 70k buff. 70k offense with level 8 talent. What about level 10? 77k. Alright, so whoopsies. I was like, that damage does seem a little low, but I was just like, yeah, trust the numbers, whatever. No, don't trust the numbers. Oh boy. Oh, I clicked the aggravate button. Okay, so I don't. Is 70k Oz ticks plus the 30k from, like, what is Fischl doing for average DPS here? Is she doing like 50k DPS? Like, what the how much? No, Oz attacks like every 2 seconds, right? 182k summon is insane. Yeah. Like, what the hell is Fischl doing here if she can snapshot? Okay, let's do an actual test of this. I'm just gonna plunge and then see. I want to plunge and see if I can cancel immediately with skill activation or if I have to do a dash. But but also I do want to check like what the attack rate of Oz is, because I do not remember. Oz at a baseline. Official's A4 will trigger and whatever. Wait, what was official C6 procs, by the way? Official C6 is doing 12k, which that's a lot for official C6. Oz does hit once every second? Okay, I thought it might have been a little bit less. Jesus Christ. If you could snapshot this buff on official in an overload team, my god. So, official doing a casual 77,000 DPS. In practice, functionally a little bit less because the time it takes to do whatever, right? Blah, 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 blah. So, you know, we could be pessimistic and say 60k DPS from official. Okay. Okay, I think you might have to dash. That seemed like the normal recovery animation, right? Oh no. Okay, it did cancel a little bit, but I think it might be faster to dash. Since Official's Retribution, her main source of damage, like overload every 0.5 seconds, electro charge every 1 second. Well, it depends on the team. So in this team context, the Oz's normal attack is going to be doing more. Thundering Retribution is her A4, which will trigger based on electro reactions happening. So that's additional. Like, it's possible with C6 Official with Thundering Retribution happening, with overloads happening and whatever. It's very possible Official's doing 100k DPS with the snapshot here. Oh boy. It's very possible. Official, you monster. Oh boy. I sincerely hope this is possible. I really hope this is possible. I so badly want it to be possible. Oh god, we gotta check Yai. Holy. We gotta check Yai, on-field Yai, obviously. Also, Xiangling is... we don't need to check Xiangling, but if Xiangling can be snapshot too, it's gonna be same shit.
The glory of the princess and bring light to this world.
Okay. All right. So that was terrible. I don't know if it'll be faster if you don't execute it well. I can cool down. Actually, maybe I can just test with that. Oops. Test it against the actual boss. Yeah, but it takes like 5 years to get it to do its jumping thing. The Navia plunge vape? Yeah, that would be insane. You know what? I don't think I need to check the main DPSs. Like any main DPS, normal main DPS that can plunge is going to be insane, right? Like I don't want to spend 5 years in this sheet. That's not a sheet. But I don't think there's a point to check that, right? Because like Flynn's is gonna be like if Flynn's can do what we mentioned before, where like you pre-cast EE and then wait to do the mini burst, you jump up and then wait to do mini burst until whatever, it'll be bonkers good. I just don't know, right, if that'll work. Like just seeing what it did on like whatever. But I think seeing what you get from like skill numbers or talent damage from like Navia, Escoffier are more interesting. I do think that's a little bit more interesting, personally. And yes, it does have 60% more. It has a lot more HP. It does have way more HP. But for what it's worth, I think if Official can snapshot, Fearless... That's really funny. If Official can snapshot, there's the possibility that Official in a Shevers team alone might be able to... Official in a Shevers team alone might be able to clear. Might. Like it's probably borderline with like a good visual build. But yeah, you might have a 4-star only clear with fearless difficulty with official snapshot. Assuming it's doable. Yeah, okay, I think that's the strat. It's a little slow though. I don't know. Okay, Yaya, Escoffier, Inefa, yeah, Diluc, like all the on-field DPSs. Like Gaming will be able to get like if you get 500,000 damage on your Gaming now, you'll probably get 3 times that. Well, they'll be conservative and say 2 times, maybe 2 to 3 times. You'll get big damage numbers. But like honestly, like the main DPSs to take a real conclusion from are gonna require like doing real team DPS calcs, and again, like Lanyon will get really big damage numbers. I don't actually think I need to check them right now. But I think checking the off-fielders, but then on-fielding them instead is interesting, for sure. Does it also have her Hex and Circle buffs? No, because this team doesn't have Hex and Circle buffs. If we remove Eon Son and add Durin,
I hear the voice of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication.
what's the most stupid thing we can do?
I
Here,
create
let's
another universe
let's do like main
for I,
DPS official
and the Prinzessin
to
Defender.
Prinzessin. Let's operate on the assumption we can do the snapshot. I really hope we can. I really hope we can. Plunge Seat Lolly. Yeah, that could be interesting. What am I struggling? I want to put Eons on back here, I think. So you just keep on jumping. Maybe you wouldn't jump because you want to proc official A4. I don't know. Do you do Bennett or do you official? Or do you Bennett or do you official? I think you Eons on. I'll just put Eons on. Okay. Okay. Let me get scroll back. And you can have theoretically you put Song of Days Past. We'll just assume no songs.
May the glory of the Prinzessin bring light to this world.
Okay, so this would enable Secret Right. And more Red Shred. Wrap.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I,
And
Fischl,
then
and the Prinzessin
she's the
Defer-
Prinzessin. Magic Secret Right. Wrap. Feels like less attack than it should. Isn't it 45% attack? 45% times. It should be more attack, no? Am I wrong? I don't know.
I hear the voice
Anyways,
of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication.
anything with Emily? I'm sure you can, yes. Chaska, Flynn's, Mona, 5 stars, a lot of weapons, artifacts. Can you help me with how I can use Chaska and Flynn's together?
I created another universe and founded paradise. Fischl, and the Prinzessin Defer-
Yeah, I don't know the Eon's on his best here, but the thinking is the damage bonus at least is going to be pretty good from Scroll. Which means Auron could be better, actually, maybe, I don't know. So you might be able to max stack check for C6. We should check that too. I don't know. Okay. Eon's on C2. Get up to 82k hits. I don't know if you can snapshot C6 Eons on, but let's pretend you can. Alright. Yeah, that's definitely not. We're only adding 200. I think that, whatever. Okay. Oh well. Oh, is it because? Oh, it's because I didn't do the Oz attacks. Whoops. Whoops. I forgot to need the Oz attacks button. My bad. That's why. Okay, there we go. So theoretically, this is assuming This is assuming snapshotting eons on C6, which I don't know that happens. Official might be doing Torward. Official might be doing Torwards. I don't know. What is this going to be, like 120k DPS official? I'm like, what the okay, and then plus endurance damage and whatever. Alright then, yeah, sure, that's fine. Seems okay. I so badly hope this is doable. I hope. I so hope.
I do worry about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure
I so want official to wreck this boss, it would be hilarious. Causewood DPS? Yeah, that would be kind of interesting. But yeah, oh yeah, so as far as Flynn's and Jaska together, if the only thing I can think of is you just build Flynn so that you can do one mini burst or a mini burst and a big burst per rotation, then you swap off to Jaska. You're not going to be able to... They both want a bunch of field time. You can't do both of them together for their full kit utility. But Flynn's at least does have the flexibility where you can do EE burst and then swap off. Right? Which only takes 30 energy to do. Like, I actually do think quick swap Flynn's is kind of cool. But, so yeah, you do EE Flynn, swap off, and then you play them both with buffers that work. You need Hydra in the team, so it's probably... You also need double Nod Cry for Flynn to do shit. Fuck. Hopefully Columbina is a buffer for more than just Flynn's. Otherwise, you use Ino, or you use a Nepha. But if you're doing double Electro, you kind of want to do double Electro for his... Well, I guess if you're just doing 30 energy, you don't need to do double Electro. I don't know. I think you're going to really want Columbina if you want to try to make Chaska Flynn's work. But, like, they're best used in separate teams, most likely. You don't want to expect to get maximum damage out of both of them, but if you do want to use them both at the same time, you can do that. Just expect the gameplay nuance to be like, you can do, you could do something like I know Bennett Flynn's, right? I know Bennett Flynn's Chaska would work. And for like an overworld team utility, you get a healer, you get your Hydro, you have Flynn's enabled. It should work. DPS check for boss in 2 minutes is 96k DPS. Official snapshot might actually solo. Yeah. Okay, official. You need to shut up. Anyways, this is incredible. Let's assume C6 check for Steven. Yeah, sure. Let's make Oz do 100k damage. Alright then. It's fine. What happens if I do like a tiny bit of refinements on Skyward Harp? Like I have an R3 harp. Yeah, okay. 10% crit damage is a tiny upgrade. Alright. Well, this is certainly something I will be trying to do when the boss is here. Good job, brain. I held. Can I end this? I don't want it to go on cooldown. Does this ever end automatically? Is this one of those abilities that can be held infinitely? I guess so. Alright. Interesting. Official Xiangling duel? Yeah. Oh no, it does end eventually. Interesting. Where'd it go? Where is Oz? Did it say I summoned thee and then it just didn't put Oz down because it was in the air? That's funny. Oh no, he's right there. No. Because of this, there's no way that they allow the snapshot. I mean, it's a thing specific to character kits, though. From what we know of how the buff is implemented, it theoretically is doable. Theoretically. I'm not gonna guarantee it, that's for damn sure. But I really hope it is. Yeah, we didn't even... I didn't even think about the fact that, yeah, duh, you probably put in... I mean, if you can Xiangling snapshot and official snapshot, Xiangling snapshot and official snapshot is probably stronger than Dura and Nier. right? Actually, for what it's worth, I just realized. Well, no, official. Wait, no, never mind. I was gonna say official doesn't need to snapshot, but she does, because she snapshots. But like whatever, if you're using say Yai for example, you could just leave Yai on field, and while she's on field jumping up in the air, she'll get the damage there. But yeah, surely they don't somehow make it so you can't do this. But I don't know. It depends on again exactly like when does the 1.5 second timer start? Like at what height in the air exactly? So, because like as soon as you get the height threshold, like assuming the height threshold, because I presume the height threshold is going to be below what the maximum jump height is. And one thing that was mentioned was Lanyon skill does trigger it. So how high does Lanyon's skill even go? I don't think it's that high. I need to fight an enemy. It's a goat. Guess you have to upgrade the characters to B Hexen. Doing that changes it to not snapshot. Maybe. We haven't heard anything. I mean, we heard that Albedo doesn't snapshot anymore, but that only affects Goro for Albedo. Which, who cares? Okay, is there enemies in this video game? Yeah, so like Albedo doesn't snapshot anymore. We haven't heard anything about official not snapshotting anymore. I would have hoped, being that we got the information that Albedo doesn't snapshot, if the person that got that information didn't also check for freaking for official, that annoys me. But oh, whoops! I just realized you can't see me. All right, hello, sir. Yeah, see, that apparently triggers it. We specifically heard official. I didn't even know that. Okay, so we specifically heard official still snapshots and her buff is special around it. Okay. Yeah, because her she doesn't need to snapshot her own buff. It just applies to her. Just whatever. So like, that does not go very high, right? And so that's actually maybe the best clarification we have is that Lanyon's skill triggers it. Jello shit on Lanyon. I need some Dreamers trauma, please. Okay. I'll jot a note down. It's gonna be friendly drama. Jello, let's have a war about Lanyon. If Jello shit on Lanyon, I'll just the opener will be, okay, Jello, what's your opinion on Shao? Anyways, Jello doesn't run numbers himself, so his opinion's irrelevant. I mean, it's not an incorrect take, I guess, per se. But to be fair, I don't run a lot of numbers myself. I run some numbers, but I do very simplified calcs because I think doing full team DPS calcs is usually not necessary because I think in practice testing is far more important. But I do things like things we're doing today to check like baseline ideas as like a sanity check of like whether or not ideas work, and then I prefer to check things in practice. So, you know, but I don't think it's like, oh, Jello doesn't do all the spreadsheet work himself. His opinions are invalid. But I don't know. Anyways, but I'm willing to have a friendly war about Lanyon. If he thinks Lanyon is bad, it's because he does not know how to use her. Is not operating on her as a DPS. And is just operating on her supportive utility. And doesn't value her because of the fact that she and most Animo units that aren't entirely broken, aka the only one who is named Sucrose, are not relevant on a meta level. Like, if you evaluate based on Zajef standards, the only relevant Animo unit in the game is Sucrose. Literally no one else is relevant. So, yeah. Because, oh, the characters don't have best-in-slot teams. Except for I can tell you, like, if you're going to play Arlecchino against the Fatui Operative, the Arlecchino Lanyon is a very compelling combo. So, yeah, anyways. What did we get distracted with? Oh, yeah, so Lanyon's skill doesn't jump very high. And if I need any more enemies, I know where we can go. Lanyon's skill doesn't jump very high. Like, it's a lot lower than the maximum height of that boss. Hello, friend. Right? Like it's like a little bit higher than a normal jump. So if Lanyon's skill activates it, what that means... If Lanyon's skill activates it, what that means is... Oh, I'm Captain Risen now, shit. Okay, let's go Risen. If Lanyon's skill activates it, what that means is...
Well, since we're already caught in the rain, we might as well enjoy it.
1.5 second duration presumably starts, like, from, like, this kind of height. Right? Like, it starts from a very low height. And that makes the feasibility of, I think, Official Snapshot go up a lot higher. Sucrose surpassing Kazuha strictly because of non-cry. Sucrose is better than Kazuha, I think, the moment that Shalona released. Sucrose was arguably better than Kazuha before that point too. For various reasons. But people hated on Sucrose, and there was a lack of, like, before Farina and before Natlan, like 4-piece scroll damage bonus buffs were a lot better, and there was a lot more situations where grouping mattered more often. So, like, you know, like Kazuha was very omnipresent due to the lack of damage bonus buffs and how Kazuha's higher damage potential than Sucrose. So, like, you know, yeah, and she had 4-star acquisition issues, whatever. Probably its hold skill. Oh. Okay, that's fair. Okay, that pisses. If Hamdi GCat is saying that Lanyon's skill gets this and it's her fucking hold skill, I'm gonna track me down who operates this and smite them. Cause that's dumb as shit. It's dumb as shit to say that Lanyon's skill activates this and it being her hold skill. Like, no f***ing shit her hold skill activates it. She can jump up in the air 100 miles. So does jumping. Jumping activates it. There's no need to clarify that Lanyon's skill does it if... Right? Yeah, and they could have said Kaching and Alhaitham, whatever, too. Like, yeah, I would hope that Kaching and Alhaitham can do it. But they can also just do it from, like, a normal plunge. Right? So, like, on a height level, like, they clarified this because these are abilities that, like, make characters go a little bit in the air with their skills. And is that enough to trigger the buff? So my assumption is, like, Lanyon's skill activation is what does it. Not hold skill to go flying your ass up in the air and for a movement ability. For anyone that's not aware, if you do that, you don't get Lanyon's... You get the shield, I think. Yeah, like obviously that's enough fucking air. No shit. But like that's so high that you don't need to clarify that versus whatever, right? And like what is the point? What is the point of getting an attack buff on Lanyan from doing this versus just jumping, right? Like, there's no reason to clarify that, in my opinion. Like there's no reason to include Lanyan there. So if it's not Lanyan tap skill, that really annoys me on their part. Because that's just Hamdi Cat misinformation. I don't know why they would even do that. So, but let's operate on the assumption. We won't know for sure until it's actually here. Let's operate on the assumption though. Crap. Okay, whatever. Crap. Oh, I didn't get an infusion. That's not ideal. God damn it. Right. That's skillshare on my part. I didn't pay attention if it had an infusion and whatever, or if I had Bennett. Crap. Die, please. Thank you. Okay. Shield strength snapshot. I guess that could be the reason for doing that. The shield strength snapshot doesn't matter for shit, yo. The hell cares about a shield strength in a snapshot? Like, I don't know. I guess the shield strength snapshot might matter in that it might mean her shield is immortal against it. Oh, it crit rate ER piece. I just missed. I don't even think I had one. So that's actually nice. Yeah, and you're jumping anyways. So again, I don't know. We'll see. But operating on the assumption that is the height, then that's potentially a sign that just low. It's a sign that like low plunging would be enough, because I believe that's what Lanyan tap skill is. I think. Oh, let's not do it here. I think Brant. No. Okay, why am I fighting this boss? Let's show Lanyan tap skill. Tap skill and plunge. I think Lanyan tap skill and plunge is the same height as the low plunge. No, I can't do that. I thought I could. Oh, I can do that. Okay. Try again. Can I tap glide plunge? We'll see. Oops. God damn it. God damn it. I swear I'm pressing the spacebar. I'm a dumbass. Faster redo. How high would Nefa's EM boost go? Holy shit, I didn't even think about that. Whoa, sorry. Well, we were seeing like 10k attack totals with buffs up from other. Well, let's assume 9k attack times 0.06, 540. A Nefa would get 540 EM. But she doesn't snapshot, to be clear. She doesn't snapshot. It's a dynamic thing. So you'd have to be on field. It's only 540 EM to herself. Oh boy. Run Calamity Glow on your Nefa. Yours would be towards 600. Holy. Nefa, would Nefa be best in slot or never? Well, it doesn't snapshot, so as far as I'm aware. The buff snapshots? Oh, does it? I never checked that, I guess. Are we sure? And if it could still plunge with Bennett. Yeah, so yeah, that was the main reason to, like, that the main thing I was thinking, yes, is... Yeah, see? Okay, yeah. So long, that's like, I think a little bit higher than low plunge height, actually, but you can do that. Oh, well, I failed that time, but yeah. Maybe that is almost exactly low plunge height. Maybe that's what they set the height at. That would make sense if they set the height at low plunge height, right? Bennett check real quick, like plunge Bennett. We can, but Okay, I'm gonna strike Emily off because like Emily can be done. Yai can be done. Yai is just gonna be like similar to official, except you have to keep her on field. Escofia is gonna be the same thing. Like Escofia is gonna be able to get insane damage if you do like Bennett plunge things. It's gonna be trickier to play. You know, I'm willing to check a Neffa and Bennett, but I don't know. It's safe to say that like the nuance here is like yeah, any like they'll gain an insane value. No, with a Neffa A4. I'm not talking about a Neffa's talent damage. We're talking about a Neffa the buff that a Neffa gives, the EM buff. Does that snapshot? Like when you cast it's when you cast a Neffa burst, right? And Neffa's burst gives EM to her and it gives EM to the on-fielder. Oh, we can check with Bennett. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, sorry. Yes, we'll just check here. Let's remove horizontal. Wait, I can't check here. You can't. Whatever. Okay, finish farming, brain. I think it doesn't. Yeah, I thought it didn't. I feel like I would have heard about it, but I never actually checked it myself or anything. Just yeah, fight this. Pyro plunge and Neffa be really good then? Yes. Yeah.
The light will never die. The Lord wins.
Ramp.
No more I stand against the long night and purge the darkness.
Did the setup really bad. Whoops. What? How are you actually not? There you go. Okay. I was looking at chat. I was just like kind of assuming it would die. All right. Wing qualities. I have other HP double clear pieces. Enough at A4 snapshot. We're not talking about the A4. We are not talking about the A4. We're talking about the A. Wait, not the A4. Wait, which one's what's her essential? Which one is which? I don't actually remember. Wait, the E4 is the M buff? Oh, okay. I thought the A4 was the other one. Never mind. Okay, my bad. I'm a dumbass. Don't worry about it. Oh, I helped with that burst. Would be absurd if it did snapshot. Okay. Alright. When you you just tested it? Okay, thank you, Jestrek. She went from 311 to 308 EM on Bennett's buff, or sorry, 311, 608 on Bennett's buff. When it stepped off, it dropped to 458. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'm not surprised. That's fine. So yeah, so Neffa would be to truly abuse it with a Neffa, you have to remain on field with her. I'm gonna lock it because I want to do Sethos things with this set, and it's possible that like Sethos slingshot 30% free crit rate, just this rolls all crit damage, right? Would really prefer like EM crit damage or something, but whatever. In substats that is. So I'm also done mixing up A1 and A4. I mean, that's what I was. So you were mixing up and you were mixing up. Bazaar was not mixing up, but I was everyone's mixed up. She doesn't snapshot at all. She doesn't snapshot. That's it. But, all right. It looks like I'm gonna get like nothing. I don't think I've gotten a single like particularly relevant piece from my adventures in this domain. Right? Really, dude? Okay. Really? Alright. So yeah. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't actually think I got a single good piece from this. No, I got an attack goblet yesterday, didn't I? I shouldn't complain. I did get a better attack goblet for my Neffa. It's It's something. I'll lock this. I don't know. Yeah, let's check. We can check Pyro Plunge and
The
Navia
light
numbers.
will never
I
die.
will decree.
By the North wind.
Really?
No more lies.
Wait. Oops. Yep.
Against the long
Helps
night.
if I Navia.
Purge the darkness.
God damn it. You're so annoying. Please, you're more annoying if I hear than fearless. Alright. I will say Nefer, like, kind of feels like a bad character for farming because of awkwardness with that. With like Nefer's first rotation awkwardness with building up Verdant Dew. I'm kind of surprised they didn't do... Like, the Zenless devs have learned this lesson, for example. Because Nefer's kind of like a Zenless character, where she has... Zenless characters always have, like, resources that they need to, like, use their abilities. They don't have cooldowns. Nefer's kind of like that with Verdant Dew, right? But she doesn't start with any Verdant Dew. Like, I'm surprised her kit, because it's probably the most notably clunky thing, I think, about her kit, in my opinion, is not starting with any Verdant Dew. I feel like they should have just had a line in her kit saying, you know, Nefer's on the team, you start with 3 Verdant Dew, or whatever. I don't. That'd be like a random thing in a passive or something, but it's just somewhat surprising they don't do that. It's the reason behind the title. This buff, 600% attack is equivalent to 5 Bennett's. And it substantially changes team building in a way that affects a lot of things. And as long as your character can plunge, which is all characters, you can do probably something with it. To be clear, like, bow units are probably not that relevant to do anything with, right? But in a generalized sense. Wow. Weird. The fuck do I do with this? Alright. The hell is that artifact? Lauma off piece. I mean, no, because she needs ER.
Thank you for.
We'll see. It's not my first EM double crit circlet with high rolls. Maybe it's my first that entirely rolls into crit, though. Would I use this in Arlecchino if it rolls well enough? I would consider it. What a weird ass artifact this is. Oh, I don't even have enough XP. Shit. Well, it immediately is not crit. Nice. Alright, it's going in the trash can. I'm not rerolling this. Goodbye. Well, that's sad. I'm not rerolling it because I have other 4-liners if I wanted to reroll them. Get one of the rarest possible artifacts randomly. Not that it's like specifically that useful, but it would have been a potential Nefer off piece, honestly. I would have strongly considered that on Nefer if it rolled really well. Maybe that's the one reason for me to keep it. This is a 4-liner, but it has ER, which is better for Nefer than whatever. But I don't think I'm gonna reroll this, right? Like, reroll this for the tiny ass chance is better. Is this a 4-liner? Yeah, this is a 4-liner too. Like, I already have this. I already have the equivalent piece. Like, if I want to reroll it, I'll just reroll this. Honestly. So yeah, I don't need to keep that. This piece could be an onset piece for double EM too. So yeah, unfortunately, fuck this piece. Why the hell bother? I'm pretty sure this is basically the same starting stats. It had max crit rate. It had a high crit damage roll. And it probably had a high attack roll too. Like, this piece was basically the same starting this piece. There's no reason for me to level it up. Rip. Rip. Alright. Such is life. Experimental field generator piece. Yeah. If only. Alright, let's go back to the teapot log. And there, teapot. A tea tree log. Yoink. There we go. And check a couple more numbers quick. And then we'll do a testing on official to see how long it takes to snapshot. Trying to do low plunges specific, or how long it takes, just get a feel for how long it takes to do low plunge and then skill, on the assumption that low plunge is enough to get the thing. Give your whimsy set to an attack skiller who can't prog Bond of Life on their own and put them against the Fatui with a healer. Yeah. Why are we on that page? Okay. So let's check. I don't think we need to check every off-fielder. Again, I think it's very obvious based on just what we saw with Fischl. That like Fischl's talent numbers, by the way, for reference, is at level 10 is 160%. So like in context of, say, Yai, if we compare, right? Yai's skill. So Yai would have to be kept on field, of course. Yai's skill's 170% at level 3 and 213% at level 4. Level 4 is only if you have C2. So like my Yai would be able to do like a good 20% more damage than Fischl. Not factoring in that she's actually doing damage with her plunge. That's electro damage, unlike Fischl, who would not be doing electro damage with her plunge. So I definitely plan on messing around with the Yai plunge. Escoffier has a 200 level 9, a 200% frosty parfait damage. But then this is a cryo hit, so you could potentially trigger a melt on it. Or you can use the cryo to trigger, or you can use the cryo to be cryo application in order for you to try to trigger melt on a pyro plunge from Escoffier, right? Either or, but like, you know, expect to get really, really big damage from it. I mean, amusingly, an Escoffier team, with Farina, Escoffier, just that. Farina, Escoffier, someone giving Thrilling Tales, and Seat Lolly to give Scroll Buff is probably enough. Might be enough in a similar situation of like how Fischl did. Should we check it? You know, fuck it, let's check that. We'll check Escoffier and then we'll check a Nefa. Let's check it, because like, so we're doing like plunge Escoffier with physical plunges, right? Like, we'll see what the physical plunge damage numbers are and then see what our skill damage number is, right? I believe Escoffier hits every second as well. So similar story to Fischl. So we'll just be able to be like, what's the skill damage number? Well, that's the minimum DPS. Well, not the minimum, but whatever. Escoffier. Where's the chef? Where's the chef? Am I blind? Why can I never find it? There's too many damn characters in this game, bro. Okay, Escoffier. There we go. So not even nothing fancy, no melts. Just level 9 talent Escoffier with Farina. Alright, tenacity Farina. Then honestly we'll just assume Charlotte. Why not? I don't know. Should we assume Charlotte? I don't know. I'm just gonna put Charlotte here for Noblesse, and then she can hold Thrilling Tales. This is Escoffier played as if she is Skirk. Will Skirk be better than her in this context? Potentially yes, because Skirk can do plunges. Like, Skirk does not have, I think, any multiplier gain from her plunge. No, it's the normal 316%. And this does not apply to her plunges, right? Yeah, it's only normal attack damage. So it doesn't really, whatever. But you still do, actually, the nice thing about this is that it does at least use her skill multipliers. You don't have to level her normal attack multipliers for Plunge Skirk, but she still has a 316% multiplier on her plunge. It also means you don't need to care that much about. Well, you want to trigger mirrors to have longer duration, I guess. But anyways, Plunge Skirk will work, is my point. She'll be able to get damage, but crap. I'm just gonna pretend Escoffier is Skirk. So tenacity, noblesse, and who else do we put in the team? Website, it's in the description. In the description. Circlet could be great on Arlecchino. I have a top 500 sauce build on attack percent Circlet. Really? Nice. The problem is that I had to reroll it for Arlecchino though. I'm not really interested in rerolling that for Arlecchino. I've got other reroll pieces that are priority for me. I have like at least 3 that are priority rerolls. So that's the next patch's worth of feathers for me already. So I don't know. Like I could keep it. It's a 4-line with max rolls, but like I don't know. Raiden Dire Clear yet? No, I don't know if I'm going to. Sorry, we got too distracted thinking about the stuff. Oh, Sea Lolly. Yeah, Dur. I thought yeah, scroll. Well, that means Charlotte's kind of pointless, so we can do Sea Lolly on, well, whatever. Let's assume Sea Lolly on Sig. Why not? Okay. And we can check with and without C2 Sea Lolly. See how stupid this can get. Alright, level 9 talents, right? Yep, okay. And then weapon, I don't have a Scophia Sig, so we'll assume we're gonna assume a Jade Spear build, because Jade Spear strong. Golden Troop. Same thing as Fischl, we're checking. Snapshotting is not a thing. Bap. 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 Okay. And I'm going to put pieces that I think are pretty similar to what I have. 7.4. 26.4. 3. I remember my Golden Troop pieces mostly by heart, because I'm a weirdo. Alright, and cryo bonus, I have like a 12.4 crit rate, 13.2 crit damage if I recall. It's close enough if it's not. And then a 4.1 attack. And then crit rate, oh, we have a crit rate weapon. Okay, we'll do crit damage then. I don't actually know if I have a crit damage circlet, funnily enough, but we'll pretend I do. I'll assume something like that. Alright. So there we go. 90, 91, 95. That's fine. Okay. And level 110 target. Yep, cool. Okay. Skill. We do want to see what... Well, we should level her plunge talent. We'll see what the physical damage from her plunges are. Okay. Ascension 4. 55% cryo res. No... Well, C2C level doesn't really matter. I forgot. She doesn't do cryo res, which is fine. Oh yeah, we have cryo resonance, wouldn't we? Yeah, we would most of the time, I think. So that's funny. So 100% crit rate, let's go. Overcap crit rate, that's fine. 300% damage bonus. We will assume C0 Sea Lolly for now. Stellar, no, that's C1 Sea Lolly. Sorry, C0 Sea Lolly and C0 Frina, meant to say. Jade Wing Spear. Let's just assume max stacks. R5 Jade Spear. The attack percent isn't going to make a wild difference anyways, but getting max difference in the damage bonus might. Starcaller's Watch, sure. Well, let's assume without Starcaller's Watch for now. Self buff, tenacity, noblesse, scroll, cryo, Night Soul. Okay. So before 600% attack, she's getting 37k on her 38k on her frozen parfait, which hits once per second. 600% attack. Bam. Now she's doing 100 and she does 400,000 on her burst, but that probably wouldn't actually be applied because of the burst animation time. Plunges are only doing 30k damage though. Because, yeah. So, Escoffier with Farina, Seat Lolly, Charlotte. This was without signature weapon enabled on Seat Lolly. You could put a better, you could probably put Skirk instead of Charlotte. And give TDDS to Seat Lolly, right? Let's assume, but I have C1 Seat Lolly and C2 Farina. But let's just do C1 Farina and Starcaller Watch alone, and we go to 120k. This is with 100% crit rate. So, yeah, it does have Geo Res, which is unfortunate. So, Geo Plungers will not be as good against it. Oh yeah, I should change the settings. I used to have those settings as default, but I haven't reset up the settings again since my new computer. Ditch Charlotte for Bennett's Infusion. I'm well aware. I'm well aware we can ditch Charlotte for Bennett Infusion. So, anyways, but like without Bennett Infusion just alone, she clears Fearless basically. I'm pretty sure. Well, she has 100% uptime in her skill, so as long as you keep up buffs for everything properly, like this Escoffier with 4-piece troop, just the skill damage alone should clear Fearless. Theoretically, not the theoretically is because not all of the hits necessarily. You're gonna have to keep on jumping, right? Like I think you just keep on jumping to keep up the buff. I don't even think you do plunges necessarily, because that might make you lose some buff uptime. I think you just jump. I think if you just jump, you keep up the buff. Is my guess. Because as long as you can do a jump every 1.5, like within 1.5 second time frames. So you don't even have to. But anyways, let's assume Bennett. Sure, we can remove you, put in Benny Boy, and whatever. Put in Noblesse.
Furniture is made from
Noblesse, and then C2 Seat Lolly does matter here, or not C2, but Seat Lolly Red Shred in general matters here. Lanyon, you're yapping. I appreciate you, but yeah. All right, glider cancel if needed. Good morning. Downtime doing setup anyways, yes. But like with hitting 130k, I don't know. Like it'll probably be a little sus with like a without having like Seat Lolly signature weapon like I had and whatever. But you know, it'll be a little sus for sure. Like I don't think that's probably clearing easily on its own. Compared to Fischl, could clear more easy on her own if you snapshot consistently. Whereas, yeah, Escoffier is not having the ability to snapshot while you switch off field means like, yeah. So, probably doesn't clear on its own. But yeah, what about Pyro Plunge Escoffier? So, should we just keep Farina? I think we just keep Farina here. And then you just... Do people normally play Farina? I don't know what people normally do for Plunge Escoffier exactly. You don't need Shanyun, right? So I think you just do something like this, actually. I think this does make sense. Alright, turn off that. Turn off the Sig weapon. Keep all those buffs on. Okay, Bennett. 865, whoops. 65, level 13. Constellation 1. Alright. 600% attack. So yeah, with Bennett buff up, without having the Res Shred for Cryo, we're still, yeah, Bennett buff That's kind of surprising. Surprising that losing the red shred doesn't... Oh, there we go. This was still on. I see. That's why. I didn't realize that this was on. Most of the time, this website, if you don't fulfill the condition of abilities, it will not apply the damage. But I'm glad I checked. So yeah, there we go. That makes more sense. Yeah, keep Sleep Lolly on, and then we got to do custom infusion, pyro, and then if we get a melt plant, we're not factoring in EM. Like you probably built some EM. Right, this is with the 600% attack? It is. Why is it so low? Maybe Shanyun is relevant here. I don't know. Maybe you just changed the build. I guess that is what that means. Anyways, plunge damage. It feels low to me. You're not melting with Farina. A pyro melt? You can. The enemy can have cryo on it when you have hydro. But it might be vaporized, it might be melt. So we're not talking about melting the skill. Yeah, maybe Shalona instead, yeah. Petra, I guess. We can check with Peak Patrol. Okay, so custom infusion, pyro, yes, debuffs. And not that. This one. Crap. Okay. Debuff applied. And you wouldn't have cryo resistance, but whatever, it's just affecting the average. And everything else the same. Petra. Is Petra going to be sus? No, Petra should be fine to do. The setups in here. Petra's not that sus in this team, I don't think. I think we can assume Petra. And then again, we'd probably build some EM, but whatever. Yeah, it's not better than doing Farina. I feel like. You know, Farina was... Even if Farina causes issues, I think Farina was better. Oh, did I not enable Bennett C6? Oops. I guess, part of this here, I don't really feel like configuring it, but... wait, I can do it manually. If we put in 70% pyro plunge bonus, or no, it's 75, isn't it? I'm putting in 75% bonus here to pretend if she had like the plunge artifact set, but then her skill damage would be meaningfully lower. Keep that in mind. And that'd be more like that. Vaporizes versus, well, we're not vaporizing this team, but I don't know. Doesn't seem that incredible, which is interesting. Maybe Shanyun is the play here still. I don't know. The attack sands isn't doing much here. Oh yeah, let's just put EM sands on. I don't know why I didn't switch it before. Why is it so low? I feel like it should be higher. I thought Pyro Plunge Scopia could do more. Yeah, so Oleoscopia is enough for Pyro Plunge Scopia, but I think Farina will remove the cryo aura too often. Yeah, that is part of why we switched to Shalonin. Which is still not necessarily a bad option, but yeah. Because vaporizes are still good. Cleared. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. With the whatever skill damage you get, here we can break 4 piece of Set. Oh wait, I didn't put an attack goblet on. That's part of the reason. Oops. Oh, but attack goblet's kind of shit. So you do EM goblet, I guess. Yeah. You do EM goblet. Okay. And then, oh wait, I should have selected a different set. I wanted to break the 4-piece bonus to see what the plunge set would be without having to change every single artifact. Because I manually put in the damage bonus. Okay. Crit damage. 10. Alright, EM. We'll pretend is my EM goblet. You might not have an EM goblet that good, but yeah, okay. So there we go, and then that breaks 4-piece troop. So yeah, her skill damage would be 60k while on field. And then getting a melt plunge would be 170k. Okay, that's more in the territory of where I would kind of think. So this would be better than doing. Okay, we just had to figure out the build situation. So this would be with the plunge set though, and she can keep up full buffs in the plunge set because it stacks like two stacks with skill hits and whatever. But yeah, Reshred does go down by itself if you change the team. Oh, okay. Oh, duh, you still do get a little bit of Reshred. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. Oh, okay. So skill damage is slightly higher. Yeah. All right, cool. Anyways, wait, her charge attack is getting more than her plunges. I just noticed. What is her charge attack multiplier? So 200% plunge multiplier, or 200% attack multiplier. Why is her plunge multipliers not here? What? $230%, 160. What the fuck? Oh, is the site just bugged? It doesn't have her plunge multipliers. Where is it getting it from then? That doesn't make sense. Learning how to do suggest spreadsheet magic. I can do it. I just don't feel it's necessary. Base 100%. Yeah. Is that what's happening here? Does that math map out? That math does map out pretty closely. Okay, why the hell don't they have her normal attack or her plunge multipliers here? Okay, that explains why the damage is so damn low. Okay, no, plunge of Scofier should be really strong then. Why the hell? Why the hell is there no multipliers there? It's behind the fox, and this is right here is where the multipliers should be. Yeah, so like the one hit is a 94% multiplier, for example. Does it change with talent level? Wait, oops, wrong thing. Oops. Yep. Okay. Yeah, it's using a base 100%. Because it doesn't change with talent level. It's higher than 100% though, but either way, we could expect more like 300k, I'm pretty sure. 316 with crown auto? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could expect like with a level 9 talent towards 300k if the charge attack is 240k melts. Alright, well, I don't know what the hell's going on here. So 300k plunges. If you're getting 300k plunges, I don't know how many you're getting exactly per rotation. But plus the skill damage while on field with Scofier, that probably clears Fearless without a problem. So yeah. Plunge of Scofier probably works. Alright, let's check a Neffa. Is the last thing. What did we do the do you use Ino? What do you do? I use Ino. What does the team people use for plunge and Neffa? Do we Ino Farina? Or do we it's Overvape and Neffa, right? Yeah, it's in the description. Do you have normal attack multipliers? No. What the fuck? God damn it, bruh. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Okay, I might donate them some money and be like, yo, add the fucking multipliers for plunges, bruh. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to keep that in mind. But the main reason I want to see this though is more what we can get from elsewise. Yeah, okay. So C6 Bennett, Noblesse. Benny Farina Eons on? Okay. Sure. I don't know if Eons on is better. No, a Reg Shredder is gonna be better. We want a Reg Shredder. Right. But what about the Nogcry artifact set? Well, I guess Farina can do Marsha says. Unless just EM. We're gonna get so much EM from. Red Shredder is definitely gonna be better than Yonson. But weird. And we could do. Yeah, let's just try it. Let's just try it like Shillon and whatever. For simplicity. Scroll, I guess. Tenacity. Okay. And I need to go set the default settings. Whoops. Slonin. Alright, Brigetta is A1, yeah. EM buff, Bennett. Base attack, 865. That's wrong number. 865. 13. Constellation 1, Constellation 6. Custom Infusion, Pyro. Vaporize. Again, we're going to have to increase the actual expected multipliers based on the charge attack damage. Shlonen, we will not assume C2, assume C0. Farina, 10, we will assume max fanfare. You got 2 healers on the team, it'd be easy. Noblesse, and scroll. Electro, no. We want Pyro, because the Electro is not going to benefit us. So you want to do Pyro trigger, that should be easy. Yeah, because you just do Bennett into Shlonen, into Farina. And actually maybe you don't do that. I don't know. Might be awkward, but whatever. We ignore the clunkiness of setups here. We're just doing simple checks. Okay. So there's that. And then I don't know. Let's assume Homa or something. Oh no, we can assume Jade Spear again. We'll do an on-field and Nefa. And artifact set. I guess she can use the plunge set too, can't she? But I think I'm just going to, you know what I'm gonna put in Gilded Dreams this time. No, Gilded Dreams is gonna be kind of shit. Because we have so much attack percent. It's just gonna be the plunge set again, I guess. Because their skill damage doesn't count as any damage type. Alright, quick damage. And we'll do, what if we do electro damage bonus or we do attack? I think we do attack. No, we do EM. Wait, you know what? I'm gonna assume Staff of Scarlet Sands. Because I can. And we can do double EM main stat, and that makes sense. Alright. Maybe it doesn't, I don't know. Yeah. I think it does. Weird ass. I don't know. Whatever. Don't worry about And then we're gonna assume artifacts basically like I have 20.2, 5%, 5.8, 7, come on, oh, numlock. Alright, 7.4, 26, 26.4, and attack 5.3. And then EM, I don't even have an EM type piece, so we're gonna, no, I think I have an EM type piece, but I don't think it's very good. You can assume good off piece goblet though. You can assume my good circlet with, I believe, 10% attack. And then EM timepiece, we're already over Captain Crit rate, so let's just assume a 20% crit damage timepiece. Alright. 20% crit damage timepiece. And yeah, Bennett buff. Got Shalonin. Have Farina buff. Alright. Cool. And already our plunges are currently at 55k before doing anything silly. Oh wait, we don't have this buff like yet. There we go. Okay. And Long Night's Oath, Blap, there we go, because that would be up, there we go. Okay, now it's properly applied. Alright, before the 600% attack, we are doing 60k brigade damage, and 80k high plunges, but let's add the attack. Yup. Wait, oh, these plunge multipliers seem accurate. Okay, so Nefa does have her plunge multipliers properly in here. This is with level 9 talents, keep in mind. So yeah, 230k. Vaporize, melt plunges. Yep, this seems to make sense. Calc C2 and F is new. Gets right there. Wait, is it not there? Why does it have the C6 here but not C2s? Oh, there it is, right there. That's a, yep. The C2 and F and nuke is 1.1 million damage. There you go. That's fine. Perfectly fine. Okay. And then Brigetta is doing 187,000. Yeah. Yeah. And is this giving her EM properly? Double check. Or is it Nefa's talent? Am I dumb? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, that 500 EM is doing a lot. Holy. I wonder if EM buffing might be better than attack buffing from like a Bennett on instructors or whatever. So yeah, okay. So I don't know. Any other thoughts or the things to tweak on this? I don't know if there's much to say. That's C0, Farina, C0, Seat Lolly, or Seat Lolly, C0, Shalonin, Bennett, and like we could put in a different unit here with VV or whatever instead, right? Like actually for what it's worth, we do need to check Sucrose. We can't not check Sucrose now. Although getting a double swirl is sus as heck, but we'll pretend. Sucrose is interesting because I think even if you get only one element, the EM buffing and TTDS, right? Where's Sucrose? Sucrose, where are you? There she is. Hello, Sucrose. Okay. Three tails. R5. 4 piece V. Alright, and we'll do Pyro Swirls will be easier setup wise, probably, right? Maybe? I don't know. It's just I think you can get Pyro Swirls and whatever. I don't know. I don't know if we can. Let's check Electro first. Electro Swirls. And then Sucrose would be giving EM there, and then we'll assume if we're on 3-lane tails, is I think 600 EM and damage bonus. We'll just ignore. We'll just ignore Sucrose Constellation 6. Okay. 3-lane tails though. Brap. Okay. So yeah, Sucrose, if you swirl Electro, takes Brigette's damage up to up to 220,000. And the plunges though are a bit lower. Which is not too surprising. And then if we switch to Pyro, yeah. Okay, so Sucrose is just better than Shalot in here, I think, right? Because the Brigitte damage is like the same if we swirl Pyro. Great. Alright. Figures. Well, Shalota does have her heal, though, which might be a lot more convenient. Layla. It might be the one opportunity to make Layla do damage. Yeah. Wish I had enough resources to level Norm attack on different characters for this boss. Yeah. Like, I'm probably not. Like, what is my Navia? Is she level 1? Have I done... I don't remember if I leveled her talent. I think I did level it a little bit. No, I lied. Alright, rip. Well, so for reference then, what does a level 1 talent do? Well, level 1 talent, you just swirl Electro. Level 1 talent, you just swirl Electro. And then, you... Also, what is the talent damage, this normal skill damage? It's doing 40k, Jesus. Alright. Crap, there we go. That's not that... Okay, that's not that bad. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it is borked. It is borked. What the fuck? I thought it wasn't borked because the, like, multiplier... What the hell value is this? Shit. Okay. Let's go check on Amber. Ineffa... Oh my god. Fix... Okay, well, suddenly I might have to find a new damage calculator site if they're not gonna fucking... put their goddamn multipliers in properly. Plunge multipliers are 316. Yeah, okay. So standard polar multipliers. Charge attack damage is 180% at level 10. So what is it using? Cause like I have no idea. I don't know. Well, we can make a guess though, because at level 10 this is doing 141%. It's 180. Sorry, 187% at level 10. So this is probably like a 250% multiplier. What the hell is it doing? Okay, I don't know what multiplier it's using, but it would probably be more damage than this. We'd still be getting 200k. Alright, sorry, not 200k. Not with level 1 talents. That was what I forgot. That's what we were checking. 160% multiplier. Okay, so with 160% multiplier with level 1 talents, should be similar to what the charge attack multiplier is at level 8. Okay. Well, no, we have plunge damage bonus going on. This would be higher. It would be higher than that, but... So you know, yeah. I get it would be higher because of the plunge. How can I? Wait, okay, I know. I can do 8, level 8, and then I apply custom buffs for Pyro of 75% to get the equivalent of the plunge bonus to apply to the Pyro charge attack. Yeah, so with level 1 talents, I should be getting 170k, still towards 200k on a plunge. Plus Brigitte 200k, so like, I don't know, the Brigitte A1 hits every 2 seconds, but you got setup time. I don't know. It's probably it's definitely clearing Fearless. I'd be surprised if that didn't clear Fearless, right? Level 1 in Effa with Farina, Sucrose, Bennett. I'd be surprised if that didn't clear Fearless. What about with Dire? I don't know, because Dire's going to be a little bit more whack to figure out, because it has like a 200k DPS check, and like theoretically Navia hits that there with the plunges and the whatever. Like she's hitting 200k DPS while she's doing damage, but some of her damage is happening when she's not on field. So, or some of the instances of hits might also time up wrong and not have the buff up, maybe. So, yeah. I'll just talk about Polearm Plunge. Just gonna have a quick fuck you to Shao for nerfing them all. Yes, but we'll leave a fuck you to Shao, and we'll end with checking Plains. Sorry. All right, let's check level 10 on you. I wanna see the hypothetical here. Jade Spear. So we're checking in normal Flintstein. So this would be in the theory. The theory is right. You can just jump up, let yourself fall down, do EE, jump up, fall down, do mini burst. EE, jump up, fall down, mini burst. Right.
Swallows nest
And
when
that
skies are fair,
might give you the
but
buff.
hide when storms
Might.
are in the air.
We need Sucrose. I'm gonna assume Wandering Even Star. TV. We'll assume R1. R1 Wandering Even Star is equivalent to Thrilling Tales. Well, actually, no. In this case, Thrilling Tales is gonna be a little bit better, I guess. But whatever. We're gonna have so much attack, it doesn't even matter. That buff does not matter that much. Sucrose buff at all matters a lot more. Anyways,
Thin and strong like silk.
where's
Furniture
Ino?
like that can be just as
Ino.
precious as a silver family heirloom. That's
On.
no exaggeration.
So normally you would do. Normally you do like Tenacity, right? On Anefa, the ideal is like Tenacity or Noblesse on either Anefa or Ino, whatever. And then Serenade on one of them. But I think in this case, it's better to do Serenade and Instructors, no?
Oh, my plan for the
Because
day?
we have so much attack buffing going on.
Doing whatever
The
I feel
EM should
like,
go
I
further.
suppose. Same with tomorrow.
So
And
we'll
the day
assume Serenade on you, Instructors on you. You'd just be on Fab or the event weapon. You'd be on whatever. So yeah, we're gonna assume double EM buff. I think that goes further. Assuming we can get the attack percent buff, which again is a big if. I think Flynn's is the most sus one because you can't do the plunge. You have to like slow fall down. Serenade, Instructor, whatever. Gleaming Moon Effects 2, Blap. Okay. Moon Sign, let's go. EV, Electro, Brap. 110. Oh shoot, did I enter the level 110 for Anefa? I hope I did. I might not have. God damn it. I really need to go set the defaults. Why did I not set the defaults before? Whatever.
The best
Too late now.
rattan furniture is made from strands that are smooth, thin, and strong like silk.
Sucrose.
Furniture like that can be just as
Right.
precious as a silver family
800
heirloom.
EM.
That's no exaggeration.
I know, I think we can assume C1 safely. We'll want to assume C6. We could check. Anefa's attack should be... I mean, I have a 3k attack Anefa build. You know what? Forget it. I'm going to assume my Anefa. You should do 3k. I am going to spread my Anefa propaganda. You should do a 3k attack Anefa build. It's better. Actually, wait, you'd have like 1,000 from buff total. Crit buff, Instructor, Serenade. Okay. Alright. And Moon Sign Ascending Gleam. Caster's Element. Animo. Shove it 1000 EM. Okay. Alright, is there nothing else to input for Flynn's? No? Okay.
Oh, my plan for the day?
Alright,
Doing
cool.
whatever I feel like, I suppose.
All
Same
real
with
tabby.
tomorrow, and the day after that.
Mizuki's weapon on Sucrose. Good. Okay. I wonder if EM main stats are going to be better on Flynn's here too than attack. We'll check. Dude, okay. And we need to assume this. I don't have Flynn's artifacts, so we're just going to assume whatever I do, please. Well, we can assume some pieces I have at least. 63. These are basically my never pieces, 26.4. And does this apply to the... It does, okay. I would need more crit rate right now. That's fine. 10.9. 10.5. Attack percent goblet. I don't know. Let's assume like 15.9. 7.8. This is an attack percent goblet I have. And then we will assume like a 5.8. 21. So, you know, a really good Flynn's build is basically what I'm assuming here, but that's fine. So Flynn's here, yep, is hitting 181k, 264k on his burst hits. Alright. So, what happens when we assume he can get the 600% attack? Yep. How much of an increase is that? That's like a tripling. So Flynn's damage can basically triple. Not quite. It's like 2.5 times. Theoretical. It's theoretical. Might not be doable. Again, it'd have to be EE jump up and then Q as soon as you land. And it might land. I think the bigger problem with it is this.
No exaggeration.
Thanks, Lanyan. The secondary hits, like this 860,000, happens after the initial hit does. So like, I think there's a very good chance that you might get the attack buff for like the first hit, but not the second hit, right? Website name is gidamagecalculator.web.app. It's also my YouTube description. Oh, thank you for linking it, Puzzle. I was just about to do that. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, we're gonna check EM main stat. It is better. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, but not double EM. Oh. That's interesting. Huh. Okay. Wait. What if we like go from instructors here to noblesse? Yeah, okay. So instructors was better than noblesse. What about instructors or noblesse, but then EM here and EM here? Okay, that's funny. So instructors was enough to change the breakpoint. Well, you heard it here. 8,000 attack. Starts to be a weird breakpoint for EM main stat goblet and timepiece without Staff of Scarlet's Hands. What a weird buff. I hope he can get this damage out. But I think there's a very good chance he's only getting the first hit. If he's only getting the first hit, we're talking, you know, 600k. I think that's the realistic expectation. So 600,000 times 2, and then let's assume no final hit. Is he hit once with his Sun Thunder Symphony? I think he does, right? I'm not sure. But 181k. So he's getting 1.6 million.
Furniture is made from strands that
Doesn't seem like that
smooth,
much.
thin, and strong like silk.
Oh, wait, it's because...
Furniture like that
oops.
can be just as precious as a silver family heirloom. That's no
There
exaggeration.
we go, that's a little better. 500k is 1.7 million. Divided by, what are you doing, 15-second rotations? 110k DPS? That's just, wait, this is just normal Flint's damage. What? No, these must hit twice, right? Anyone remember? I don't remember. You think I would know, considering I played Flint's on my Poem only account, but anyone remembers, let me know. I'll rerun the number. But I don't know. If he can get, okay, if he oops, still need to know. But if it's only one hit, and he can get the 600% attack on both hits, then we're talking 800,000
Swallows nest when skies are fair,
times 2
but
plus
hide when
1.2 million,
storms are in the air.
2.8 million. Divide that by 15. Then we're talking 190k DPS. If he can get his whole mini burst damage out, which might be doable, but I think it's a little sus. I'm not sure. Does anyone know of Flynn's snapshots? How the hell would you test that? You'd have to test it by like timing Flynn's burst hit. You'd have to test it by timing Flynn's burst hit with like Bennett buff or Eon's on buff ending. To see if it snapshots. Oh, that'd be a pain. I'm not doing that. But you could do it. I guess you could test it with a tenacity. Tenacity is a 3-second duration. So you could like do a skill on just like skill on Eon's on, switch to Flynn's, and then EE. Ah, frick, should I go test it? I don't want to test it. Ah, should I go test it? Oh, fine. Let's go test it. I'm gonna get these particles quick, and then we'll go test it. We'll go on to polearms only. We'll go see what his damage is. We have to have. Oh, we'll use Candace because we have to have Hydro. But I feel like if we do, I feel like the tenacity, it's gonna close-ish to line up. Maybe if I do. Where are we going? I see. Okay. I think it's gonna close-ish line up if we do like tenacity on Candace, and then switch to Flynn's, and maybe we have to put Electro on first. I think to get the Lunar Charge going first, just to make sure. So, because my thinking is we wait for the buff. Oh, what the? Ah. Holy, fairly. All right. Okay. Oops, I meant to do turtle. So we do tenacity on Candace. Get electric. So we do like Eon, Son. That shouldn't activate any buff, I don't think. Well, it activates scroll buff, I guess. But that's fine. Because we can just check before and after tenacity. Yeah, that should be fine. So we do like Eon Son E. Well, no, we wouldn't get scroll buff because Eon Son would be first. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so Eon Son E into Candace E into Flynn's EE jump burst. Right, jump up, fall down, burst. I feel like if we go straight from Candace, because the difference is like tenacity is a 3-second buff that starts as soon as I Candace E, but then there's the time to swap and then the jump up and jump down time. Whereas, or jump up and fall down time. Whereas with this buff against, with this buff being 1.5 seconds, against this enemy, I suspect it's comparable. It's probably the closest thing we can get. I don't know for sure. But that's my thinking. My thinking is Eon-san E, Candace E, Flynn's EE, and then jump, fall down, burst. That might take longer than 3 seconds though, because Flynn's EE is the weird factor there. Right? And you can't, well, no. Yeah, no, you can't. I was gonna say swap out of whatever. Maybe... No, for a second I was like, maybe put it on Nefa? No, it doesn't work on Nefa. Brigetta doesn't count as a skill hit, right? Yeah, no. We're not gonna activate you. Okay. So let's go check. Wait, we need to make sure we don't trigger this set either. So remove that for now. Okay. So Serenade off, because we want to check without Serenade, just the damage beforehand. Okay. We need to go get energy. Okay, this is such a hyper-specific check. How many viewers do I have, by the way? I haven't even checked it in like 3 hours. Just been doing my thing. 112 viewers on YouTube. Wow, nobody cares on YouTube. I mean, I was just staring at numbers for most of the stream, I understand. Wait, I have more Twitch viewers. I have 115 Twitch viewers? That's somewhat surprising to me, considering how not active the chat is. It's fine. Just like, wow. Twitch viewers like staring at numbers more. Surprise, surprise. That's why Jeff is better on Twitch. Clearly. Alright. Sorry, momentarily distracted. Okay. Oh. Turtle. Hello. Good first message. Probably have enough energy now, but I'll get some extra. Ow. Alright. Cool, cool. Is this weapon gonna cause any fuckiness? For using an elemental burst lunar charge damage. Blah, blah, blah. Additionally, after triggering a lunar charge reaction. I don't think it's gonna cause any fuckiness, right? Or should I just put on something that's not gonna cause any fuckiness? We'll keep it on. Twitch has channel points. You mean the only way to get a character review? No, I do character review streams. I was considering one today. The only reason I didn't want to do one today was because I was gonna go see another cat today, which I don't have to go yet for that. I should check their address though. How far away is that? Hold please. They did give me the okay for 6:30 p.m. Good, good. Paste. Oh, of course, classic. They said they were in a particular city, but of course they are in... They are not really in that city. They are in... They are in a suburb, like... Man, I love people living in suburbs in America. They're like, oh, I live in X city. So, like, it's literally an extra, like, 10+ minute drive from the city they said they lived in because they're in a suburb. Ah! Wonderful lurk content. Brilliant. That's good, that's good. Favorite character in Genshin? Probably between Inefa... Sorry, Inefa. Well, if we're talking combat level versus... overall, but I really like Inefa. I don't know why my brain said Inefa. Probably because we're testing things here, but... oh boy, my brain. Yai, Dia, or Lanyan is probably my favorites overall. On a characterization level... Who is my favorite character in the characterization level at this point? I don't even know. It might be an Eva, honestly. Kind of like an Eva. Quite a lot. Just had awful luck in the character review stream. Sorry. Anyways, at least you can let it lurk. Let your thing lurk. Or let your thing lurk. Let your computer like idle or whatever. Collect channel points, and then you can do a redeem. That's why I have them there, so people can squeeze them in. All right. So Eonson into Candace. We won't trigger scroll, or we won't trigger no blast. We don't have scroll. Wait, I do have scroll. Oh yeah, because I put scroll because of doing Raiden things. Yeah. Okay, so crap.
Close your eyes.
Wait, I need to plunge. I forgot we need to go to the plunge boss. I was like, wait a minute, what are we testing? Yeah, the plunge boss. Okay. What am I doing here? Now I'm getting energy. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Leave here, because this boss does not function for testing. Go to Fontaine. Nobody said in chat what I actually needed to be doing. Drink water, will do. Redeem so many reviews is great. Maybe I should increase the price. I don't know. The problem is I don't have enough redeems. I need to add like whatever, all kinds of random redeems that just make people drain their channel points. The only redeem people have is I only have like cat update redeem and channel point redeem, and then a free drink water. So yeah, you have 87k. Jesus Christ. Someday I will add more things. It's fine. Okay. So we need to wait 10 years for this. A little shield without putting hydro on it. Let's go revive Eons on just in case I die. Do need to make sure an F is not going when it's in its plunging phase. Okay. You gonna no? Okay. Weightlifting the redeemables? Yeah, I should. Alright. So this. Okay. Wait, I forgot to. Well, that's fine. What are the 115, 222k? We don't technically need to do it. We don't need to worry about it. Oh, well, when we're doing tenacity, because tenacity is testing the duration situation, right? So.
Close your eyes. Night falls.
Really, you didn't crit?
Observe. Hear the dark.
Oh, we don't have. Yeah. Okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I didn't think about the fact that we. Okay. Redo this. Go teleport away. We can redo this, but we can just attack it like normal as long as we don't have enough buff up. I forgot. We don't need to test when we're just testing the baseline. We don't need to worry about doing the jumping. That's why the brain was being dumb there. Okay. I believe it was like 115 and 230k. We'll double check for consistency's sake. Yeah, I think I'll probably try to, when I get the cats, I'll probably try to add some kind of redeem related to cats. I don't know. Maybe like turn on the cat cam or something. I don't know. Okay. Okay, I missed. Cool.
Be silent.
157, 220 something. Okay. Okay. Oh, you're already doing this? Okay.
Close your eyes. See
Oh.
you at the
Okay.
graveyard.
Anyone remember what the damage was there? 157. That was consistent enough. The follow-up hit would have been the same. What was the other one? Was it 157, 228? Just want to verify. Cats will be put to work streaming day one. We'll see if they want to. I plan on letting him have a spot to lay next to the computer and everything. Pet the cat redeem. I mean, we'll probably do that. Was no one paying attention? Everyone's just listening, lurking. I don't know why I was. My brain was like, do I need energy? But I'll just get energy back here. It's cat focus. Sorry, fair. All right. Well, I'm just gonna assume 127, or sorry, 157 and 228k. We'll be able to see close enough. Like a 20% attack from tenacity should be a significant difference maker. So that's fine. I'm gonna get energy quick. Crap.
Be silent. Observe.
Okay, that's good. Very background noise stream. That's good. Can I not be in combat? Oops, almost killed Candace. Stop! I need to equip artifacts. Alright. Just can't remember numbers. Yeah, you're all good. All good, all good. Okay, so tenacity. Tenacity. Yo. How's it going, yo? Wait, why? What? I get it's because people are doing tubies. Yeah, okay. I mean, man, people do tubies in the weirdest of times. I understand why, but sure, whatever, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. Tubies can't just make sense sometimes. Yeah, so we can 2Ps ER, 2Ps ER now, but like it's new enough of a set, and like most of the data is probably from people that aren't using Candace regularly anymore, so it's like it's whatever. It's completely whatever. Anyways, just force tenacity bonus, doesn't matter. Bap, and we'll leave the goblet, I guess. Bap. All right, 4 piece tenacity. Wait, I just realized. Ah, fuck. We do need to have as much HP as possible on her, don't we? So I should do this. Is this close enough to the same? No, it's not. Any HP substats? There's that. This. Okay, how about this? I had 30k HP. This is almost the same. Okay, this is almost exactly the same HP. So the lunar charge Nodcry DEI resonance thing. Glad I remember that, because I could have actually thrown out the results. How did I? What the? Whatever. Okay. So the tricky thing here is now I gotta do trigger lunar charge, do EE, jump up, fall down, mini burst. Again, the fact that the EE takes time might be the problem with actually testing this, but we'll see. I do think if I do see damage from this, go on to you. If I do see both of the mini burst hits get the damage, then from doing this, because I feel like tenacity is at a disadvantage here, right? With the tenacity buff, because 3 seconds to do EE, jump up, fall down, mini burst is kind of awkward, right?
Quick as a flash.
Close your eyes. Be silent.
Okay, that was... See, we didn't have tenacity. Okay. That was more than 3 seconds. That was definitely the same damage number.
Observe. Be silent.
Oh, crap. Well, that was obviously bad.
Steady.
Ow, don't kill me. Oh, I don't have... Oh, god damn it. You're gonna go outside of this phase, aren't you? We'll try it again. Again, this doesn't mean it's not possible. Because the EE time and the jump up time won't be a thing. Right? It'll only be the fall down time. That times it. Use the plunge local legend. Does that start immediately? I know that thing can like insta kill me. No.
Close your
I got the tenacity buff there in the first hit. I definitely got the tenacity buff there in the first hit. Which makes me... But I didn't get the second hit. We can try again. Huh. Okay. So that makes me very confident that at least the first hit will get can get the buff. But being how like the timing is tight with tenacity, but I think the timing is going to be more generous, right? Like most of the time we're spending in the 3 seconds, right? When we're doing EE jump up and then mini burst, most of that time is in the EE jump up because of the EE time. So the fact that the timer for the 1.5 second for this buff is going to start after you reach the height threshold, so it's mostly going to be the falling down time. It's going to be that might be a little bit of racing time. Makes me think you might be able to get the full buff for Flans.
I will always seek to protect the things that are
Oh boy, I really hope so.
even when it looks futile.
We should also should test Fischl. We should go back on my main account and test Fischl with this. Okay. Yeah, 3-second tenacity Candace. I mean, it's useful for testing here for this. WSB Psi. What does that stand for? I mean, Psi is science. Yeah, Hoyo agent lurking in this stream will patch. Yeah, fuck. Surely. Actually, you know what? Should I DM 7 and be like, yo, don't post a video. It's like, I actually think if there's anyone that, I mean, the CN community might have posted about it too. I don't know, or found the Nefer stuff. I strongly, like, I'm going to probably record the Nefer video tomorrow, where I clear Fearless against all the bosses. And I'm going to have a section in the video kind of ranting about how I feel like the Nefer nerf doesn't really meaningfully affect the experience of using Nefer with Lauma at all. But clearly it was a balance thing they did to lower Nefer's power a little bit with her best team. Like, they would be worried. Like, that's what I feel. It was a panic nerf for Nefer because they were worried about how strong Nefer might be with Colin being released. That's my suspicion. So they nerfed her by 100 EM. But I strongly feel that basically doesn't affect the experience at all with Nefer. So we're gonna have a rant about that and how, because it took me like 8 hours to do a full Fearless clear with Nefer without Lauma. And I think it would have taken like an hour or 2 if I had 100 more EM. So yeah, like it really, I think, affected the experience of Lauma-less Nefer. For me, like, if I had a better build with 80 more EM, then no, it wouldn't have, right? But yeah, anyways. Okay, sorry. Try this again. You have energy. Should have been yapping while waiting for the enemy, I forgot.
Accelerating.
My bad. There was, yeah, Hodo stole the 100 EM. Exactly, yes. Alright.
Accelerating.
Close your eyes. Feel the
Alright. Okay. Well, that one didn't count because I didn't jump. Give him food. I feel like I might die. Oops. Pull down.
Control breathing.
observe.
Good job. Good job. Okay.
You quite finished.
Oh, yeah, I do. Oops. Let's go pull down. Oh, try again.
Close your eyes. Be silent.
God damn, I keep spacebarring twice. Ah, brain. That's gonna have to be a thing to avoid. Alright. Yeah.
Control breathing.
God damn it.
Close your eyes.
Oh, the freaking buff went away. Ah. Okay. I should maybe just check the legend. Local legend is, I think, here. Does this take damage numbers though? Does it actually have damage numbers that pop up on screen?
Be silent.
It does. Okay. Well, that'll work then, I guess. Okay, so we all see. This is why I didn't want to fight this thing.
Ass.
Fucking okay. Never mind. I changed my mind. Fuck that. I would rather. God. Fuck it.
An avalanche.
Skill issue. Spill issue. Yeah, it was a spill issue. All right. Anyway, as far as the Nefer thing, why I start with that, I really, I hope 7 does not make a video, just in case it was him that was the trigger for it. I hope 7 does not make a video where he's like, yeah, this boss lets you snapshot Flynn's visual, blah, 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 blah. Like, here's all the exploits for this boss, and then they, like, change the buff in live version to plunging bonus. Right. I might DM him. I'm actually just gonna jot a note down. Be like, yo, I don't know if you're making a video about this, but like, if you're gonna make a creator release video before the live version, before Stygian goes, you know, please, on the creator server, please, like, just mention in your video, like, hey, this buff that this boss gives should be really abusable with using characters in different ways. But we'll have to wait and see until Stygian comes out to like go over exactly how, and that way Hoyle lets it go to live, right? That's my vibe right now, based on the fact that based on the fact that this tenacity buff, even with as clunky as it was to do that, I was able to get with the first hit at least. I really do think there's a very good chance that you could get both hits actually with Flynn's. Definitely the first hit. I feel like I'm very confident now that the first is possible. I'm very confident that like snapshotting official and shungling is possible. So, yeah. Anyways, it's 7 TM about 600% attack thing. Like, I would be so sad having all this thought that just today alone, right? Having all this thought, all this like, look all the like funny things we could do. 100k, 120,000 DPS, official, go burr. And then, nope, they'd change it to plunging bonus. I'd be like, no. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Keep the attack buff, please. Okay. We need energy. That's fine.
Close your eyes.
I should have done this first. I would have get more energy. Alright, max energy, yay. Don't kill me, please. Alrighty, that's nice of you. Okay, Brigitta's gone. Good, okay. Okay. this.
No
Ow.
mercy.
God damn it! Fuck you!
I have failed.
We should mention that in practice,
Sorry.
I just realized we could have avoided this issue the whole last time, but like removing a piece from an Effa, so I could have a shield. So I could have a damn shield. I just needed to remove. The whole reason I wasn't skilling on an Effa was because I didn't want the buffs. But the only buff I have to worry about is tenacity on an Effa. I'm not bursting on an Effa. I can just remove this. And an Effa will get some damage. Wait, I don't want to keep that. It's the off piece. Crap. Alright, we'll do that. So now we only get tenacity from you. So it should be good. Should be good. Should be the same damage number results. We can verify though in the setup. And then hopefully, and then I don't need to worry about being interrupted. Do EE jump plunge. Or not jump plunge, jump. Fall down. Jump, fall. How do you notate this combo? Jump F. So it's EE, jump, fall, Q. Stupid ass thing. Okay, yeah, 600% attack is a lot.
Control breathing. Installation chamber.
Okay. Let's do this. Wait for you though. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Alright, Fap. Fap. Oh, that took so long to do. Whoops. That was bad on my part. It's almost dead. Ah, frick. I gotta teleport away because it's almost dead. We can get energy, I guess, and just kill it.
Close your eyes. Be silent.
Alright. JQ is a curse rotation, yeah. But like the Flynn's damage that you're gonna see from this. Do I still have the calc up? I do. I didn't even. One thing I should have put in. This is not my actual Flynn's build, but you know, what happens? So like this is 568k, 828k. This is with not a polearms only team. But let's check what happens. Oh, I don't have instructors going. So yeah, 600k, 860k, right? That's what we're seeking. What if we assume C3 Flynn's? Yeah, like imagine. There's people, but please, this must be possible. Anyways, we already know we saw it. I think we actually did see it again there. We saw a tenacity on the first hit, but it was definitely a slow sequence by accident. Okay. We have energy. Saying nothing about 600% attack. Everyone gets along, has fun. Yep. By the way, my prediction for next week is that next week is going to have changes for the buff characters. Hopefully not significant ones, but I suspect it will happen. I think we didn't get it in the follow-up hit again, right? We did get it in the first hit, but not the follow-up hit. Okay, we can do this now. Alright.
Close your eyes. Be silent. Night falls.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting it in the Fallout pit. But it's also really slow to do EE jump Q. Like, I think we're wasting so much of the time in the EE. I don't know. Does anyone, if anyone's on YouTube, do you want to like slow down to 0.5% speed and like go and check on the actually, I can do this myself. We can do this myself. I'll just record a quick clip and then we'll do it live. I think. I want to see how many like what's the amount of time that we spend jumping rather than doing the EE. That's what I'm wondering here. Because with how long it's taking to do the EE, it's almost surprising to me that I even am able to get the tenacity buff on the first hit. Right. I feel like I gotta verify again for sanity. It's like even like we were getting like 150,000, right? 160,000 with whatever. So if I do this, oh no, oh, we don't want tenacity. Run out the tenacity. Yeah, we're getting 100. Yeah, 100. Wait, 137,000. Why the hell did I get 137,000? That was with tenacity on both. I just realized this. I just realized, yeah. Okay, that was dumb. Ignore that one. I play IT on this account. Yeah, we full cleared IT. So, did I get stars? I don't remember. Did I get the elixir? I think I did. I think I got the elixir. Yes, I did. Duran isn't done, so I think we'll see a decently harsh change on him. Yeah, Duran probably gets a multiplier nerf because of how broken as fuck his... Oh, we didn't teleport him way far enough. Because of how broken his new passive is. I hope Mona doesn't get any changes. I'm concerned she will because of how strong it seems like Mona-Duran combo is, but I think Duran's the one that needs changes, not Mona for that team context. That's not on-field Mona's on-field Duran, that's the concerning team. And again, that team might be more clunky than it is in practice to deserve like major buffs or major nerfs. I don't think he needs to be nerfed so much that it's like not a viable team kind of thing, right? That's silly. But he probably should get a little bit of a nerf at this point for his damage dealing mode at least. Which is kind of funny considering like it would put his like his damage dealing multiplier value might end up just being the same as his damage dealing hit as his multiplier value in his support mode. Just but he has a passive that buffs it more or whatever, so yeah. So little talks about Klee. Yeah, like I hope Klee doesn't get changed. I hope Razor doesn't get changed. I hope Fischl doesn't get changed. Honestly, I hope all the buff characters don't get changed because I think they're all in a pretty good spot. But it wouldn't surprise me if they did nerf them. So I don't know. Anyways, nerfs to his black mode. Yeah, whatever the damage dealing mode is. Okay. This. I don't have any Candace up. Candace tenacity. What the hell was that? $29.50. Okay, can we? Oh, we can. Okay, cool. I can check the stat screen beforehand. Ow! No. All right. Do this.
Observe. Close your eyes. Feel the dark.
Yeah, we got 228 again. Yeah, it was 159, 228. Versus, let's go double check, I guess. What do we get with tenacity buff up when not jumping? I didn't even check that yet. That'd be a good control point. I didn't record that. God damn it. I forgot I was going to record it to check the jumping. Whatever. Here, record this. Alright. So, we can do... Oh, wait for it to... Really? You went through my shield immediately? Alright. I'll wait until I get my shield back. Yeah, 169, 245, okay. Right. Wait, 169? Huh?
Close your eyes. Feel the dark.
169, 245, okay. Maybe we weren't getting tenacity up at all? Huh? Why are we getting 169, 245? Okay. Give a starving kid some good food, then force him to throw it. What? Oh, yeah. Chaos Zone Nightmare. I just read. Why did I not read that comment before? I ignored it. Sorry, Soggy Box. I don't know what Chaos Zone Nightmare is. So no. Oh yeah, Albedo. Yeah, I hope Albedo doesn't get nerfed. Yeah, I think they're all in a good spot. How much fanfare was Caesar afraid to have with only Bennett as the healer? Depends on your healing for Bennett and exactly how you do the rotation. I think the awkward part with Bennett is, and Bennett and Gomming together, is you're mostly going to get the healing on Bennett and Gomming and probably not on Freyna or whoever else is in the team. So the safe fanfare assumption is probably, you know, 60%, I guess. Maybe? Alright. Try this. Instead of, here, what we're gonna do. I didn't skill. 155, 220. Okay. What we get? Okay. Ow. Alright. So we do this. 155. But we got like 158 when we were doing the jump. Okay, I don't know. The answer for I don't know. The answer is I don't know. We're still gonna go. We're gonna go record properly, trying to do the combos real quick, but we're not gonna worry about the damage numbers at this point. I'm gonna put my builds back to what they were before. The answer is I don't know. I don't know if Flynn's or if this. I don't know if tenacity is properly comparable because of the EE jump up timing. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna record a clip. We're gonna see. Again, we don't know the exact height for where the buff starts. The presumption is, so the unfortunate thing with Flynn's is you can't purposely, you're forced to jump to full height with Flynn's, right? Because you can't plunge. So, if the buff, the sooner, for Flynn's in particular, the sooner the buff starts, like the lower height the buff starts at, the less likely it is for him to be able to get his mini burst out with the buff still up. But weirdly enough, I think it's the reverse for other characters. Because for other characters, like say if I want a snapshot for Fischl, it's better for it to be lower. Because for Fischl, it being lower in the air, right? Because like, if it's lower in the air, say it's only like this high versus like the max height, If it's lower in there, then I just need to jump up with Fischl and then immediately plunge, right? But Flynn's wants the opposite, so it depends what the height threshold is. It really depends the height threshold. Drink water? Sure, I'll drink more. 60% average is pretty reasonable. Gaming will stack Fanfare with its rapid HP change. There you go. Buzzsaw agrees with me. I'm glad. What is 60%? 60% of 300. Yeah, 60% of 300 is like 180. Yeah. I think I did the math right. Yeah, 180. If you're dehydrated, I don't think so. Maybe though. I don't know. Alright. So we're doing... Oh, did I actually equip characters? I don't think I equipped Farina. Yeah, put you back. Yep, you're back to normal. Okay. You need to go back on Serenade though. Pap. Okay, it was that piece. And... don't remember what feather it was. I think it was the piece with ER, right? And I think it was that piece. I haven't gotten any more HP or ER pieces. Oh, I got this. Oh shit. Should level that up. Why not? And then that piece. Okay. 29,476. All right. Sick. All right. Let's level up this. You know what? Yeah, frick this artifact. Meh. Alright, well, it's very a Candace piece. There's a tiny bit of crit, but it's fine because it's usually a Nephis crit rate being used to trigger the reaction, so hey, that gives me a little bit more HP. I'm over 30k now for Candace. Let's go. Sick. We take that, but that's yep, that's an ER type piece, alright. Oh boy. Do I have any other? It's crit rate, ER defense. Really not have any ER HP? Flat HP. Got nothing. Nothing. Alright, other than the one with flat HP, do I try it? I don't know. It's crit rate. Flat HP. What does it put her HP at? 31, 233? I mean, that's kind of satisfying looking. I'll try it. Oops. Yes, that was the co-piece, yeah. Okay, sure. The answer is no, though. I really needed ER rolls. I wouldn't have minded like one in conjunction with some ER rolls. Alright. Okay. Oh good, I just recorded like an extra 5 minutes of footage in the artifact screen for no reason. Okay. So we don't need to use Eon Sunburst because we don't actually need to kill it here. But just trying to record a clip of me doing the combo of like the EE whatever. EE jump. Okay.
Close your eyes.
Okay. Well, we did kill it. I feel like the visual effects on screen are gonna be a little bit annoying, but that's fine. Alright, stop recording. Let me open DaVinci Resolve. It's gonna take a second. Let's see. Loading. Alright, videos, recordings. Go check that recording file. Bap. No, I don't need to download an update. Alright. Untitled project. Bap. Bap. Okay.
He who wishes to peer into the abyss needs simply to wander through Nodcry on a misty night. The march of the wild hunt.
The
will be
march of the
sure to
wild
drag him
hunt.
into the darkness.
Okay. And DaVinci Resolve want to show up in my list, or do I do display capture? I think I'm gonna do display capture. Yep, I'm gonna do display capture. Alright, that's fine. Display capture. Genshin, there we go. Oh, that's why is it so, why is it sized like that? Alright. I can just show you. We're gonna have to. It's gonna be too small if I. Okay, we're just gonna do it like that. I'm gonna zoom in on my timeline. You can't see what I'm doing here, but that's fine. Okay. So let's see. This is just so I can go frame by frame. We count in frames here. Thought you were going to continue with the dire Raiden runs. I thought I was too, but at this point I don't have time. I have spent much longer, honestly. Like, I thought this was going to be... I thought this stream was going to be like 2 hours of looking at some numbers and messing around with stuff with this boss. But now it's been 5 hours. So, which is to say I am looking forward to this boss. I think it would be fun. Alright, so... Alright. So, let's see. Switch from Candace. Activate E here. E here. Okay. Yep. And he disappears for a second, and then when do I start jumping? Right there, okay. Yeah, so I don't know exactly when the jump input was done, but we'll put a marker there. It's close enough. Alright, and total time. And then like the timing. Okay, we're gonna mark the time on the damage instances.
People ought not be
Okay.
so frightened of ghosts.
So,
They are merely talking shadows.
okay, first of all, when does land happen? Okay, so landing happens. I'm gonna put multiple markers. Okay, here, let's see. Cut this footage so I can zoom in a little bit better. Okay. This kind of boss feels like a fever dream. What if the Stygian we gave, like, I don't know, 600% attack? Fine for everyone. Alright, so this was start. And then I think this is the highest. It's hard to tell. It's like here. We can gonna put a graphic on screen, effects. No, let's do we can just do a here. I know. Easiest way. You know, if I was a more experienced editor, I would do something else. But here,
Let us
put
have a modicum of patience for the richness
line on the
complexity of
screen,
humanity. The wanton cruelty of
and
the
we will
few
give it
is
an
not
outline.
worth our ire.
Black outline, I guess. Alright. The line on the screen is just a reference point to see where the max side. This is insane that I'm doing this, by the way. Okay, I want to see what the max height of Flynn's is. Okay, not there. Potentially there. Okay, that's the top of his head. Does he? Okay, so he falls under next frame. So, oh no. Okay, so frame before is a little bit higher. Okay. Wait, no, he's higher even this frame. Okay. Wait, is the camera changing at all? Frick, I didn't even think about that. But the camera changes. Never mind, that doesn't work. Shit. Never mind. Dumb idea. Dumb idea. Glad my brain realized. Okay. We're just gonna have to vibe place it. It's fine. Because the camera, we would need camera and a set angle. The way to, we're not gonna do this, but the way to check this for sure to figure out exactly how much hang time he has, is to have like someone in co-op record. Like someone else could do this with Flynn's, for example, and then I would record it, for example. But so someone else recording that isn't having their camera shift. Take the floor as reference. Yeah, but the floor is, I don't think it's, where can you, I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it. I think it's perfectly fine to
He who wishes to peer into the abyss needs simply to wander
just
through
get a
Nod
vibe
Cry
of
on a
where the
misty
height
night.
max is.
The march of the wild hunt will be sure to
This is
drag
close
him into
enough
the
right here.
darkness.
Okay, and then this is definitely landing frame because you can see him immediately switch. So interesting thing here though, it definitely does turn off snapping. It does seem like characters jump up higher
Let us have a modicum
then
of
they fall
patience with the
down.
richness and complexity of humanity. The wanton cruelty of the
There's like that,
few
so
is
that so
not
the halfway
worth
point,
hire.
you can see my blue markers in the down here, right? So where I have marked the approximate max height spot is right here. But the halfway point between the starting and landing is right here. But that's very clearly after he has started falling down, right? So that's kind of interesting. You go up faster than you fall down. But either way, so this is the total hang time in general in the air, and this is approximate max height spot. But we don't know at which point in this jump is when the buff starts, right? So, but I wanted the approximate max height as like a reference point. My suspicion is the buff starts like potentially somewhere closer to when the jump first starts, which is not ideal for Flynn's again. For Flynn's, it's ideal if it starts as close as possible to his max height.
Wishes to peer into the abyss needs simply
But
to
either way,
wander
like
through
if
Nod
we,
Cry on a
what's the
misty
total
night.
time here? So it's from 2:04. You can't see the timer, but 2:04, and the 04 is 4 frames, so it's 4/60ths of a second. And then 1:19, so that is 45 frames. So that's 3/4 of a second. 3/4 of a second, right? Double check. So 1:19, 19 is okay. 1 point. I'm running the numbers on this just to make sure I don't fuck this up. 204, 4 divided by 60 plus 2 minus this. Yeah, it's 3/4 of a second. Okay, it's 3/4 of a second. So that means you have half a second. So in the worst case, so the literal worst case possible is like the buff starts like here, probably like right here, like right after the jump, which is like a
People ought not
tiny
be so
fraction of a second
frightened
after the
of
jump.
ghosts. They are merely talking shadows,
And
chattering
measure with the boss's rings. No, the camera shifts a little bit, so you can't measure exactly. You'd have to. I don't want to. We don't need to worry about the max height thing. I think the fact that this whole sequence lasts 3/4 of a second is actually a very good sign potentially. So again, we don't know exactly where in this frame, or where in this time frame here, the buff actually starts. But even if it starts when he's on the ground, which it doesn't, right? If it starts when he's on the ground and then goes to landing, this is half of the buff up time, right here, right? From starting to here is half of the buff up time. So we have until here for 1.5 seconds. So let's see though how long it takes him to do that. So, I land. And then I think I took a little bit long to activate his burst, so I see the energy drain. And he's taking time to do his damn animation. His animation takes a while. Ugh. The animation taking that long. Okay. And there's a possibility there's more leeway in this than we might expect. So that's the first damage instance, and then the follow-up one takes a little while, yeah. So there's the first frame for the follow-up one. Okay, so that's a quite long time frame. So the total time frame from, so let's assume like if the buff started from the top height here, what is this time frame? So 136, this is 317. Let's okay, and that minus that. Oops. Minus 1.6. Oh my god. Okay, I think unless there is server lag that extends the buff duration, it will not apply to Flints. So, because I think the best case scenario for Flints is it starts around here, right? This is somewhere around where his max height is, right? And then, so this would be for both hits, by the way. I think the first hit would though. I'll double check the first. I didn't check the first hit timing. The second hit though, from like max height to the second hit is 1.7 seconds, right? Makes sense. People jumping for a plunge attack need to wait for the polearm characters to make 180 before going down. Oh yeah. So I wonder if we can cut that. I forgot. Yeah, polearm freaking. Does that apply to not? Does that apply to just like normal landing animation, not just because it's a different animation, right? So yeah, there might be a way to cut this dead space down, right? It's like there is, yeah, like, okay, so you can see the frame I activate the mini burst right here. That is a wasted, that's like 10 wasted frames, and that's more than 10 wasted frames. But it's about 10 wasted frames. So like a fifth of it. That's enough wasted frames that makes the difference for like whether or not his mini burst hits actually have the buff up. Like it's so very close. You cheat it by standing on a Zhongli pillar and casting it when it breaks? You might be able to. I'm not sure. Yeah, the boss would. I guess yeah, that's true. The boss would destroy Zhongli pillar. What about Geo Traveler pillar though? So yeah, like, these 10 frames might matter. So if you can save those 10 frames, but from there though, you can't do anything about this long time. This whole time is, let's see how long it is. It's from 2:15. First damage instance on screen. The thing I'm not sure about though, like when the damage number appears on screen, I'm not sure that's 100%. Like one thing I mentioned before is like, does Flynn snapshot? Because and that's part of what we were checking with like tenacity. And it seems like he doesn't. I'm guessing that when the damage happens on screen is using Flynn's attack at that moment. I don't know if there's any server checks for any of this stuff, particularly because there might be server checks for this specific boss buff. But then, just in general, I don't know what there's server checks for the Flynn's damage or general kit. But my suspicion, based on what we had with tenacity, is he probably doesn't snapshot. But maybe he does, because like so if I how long is the EE time? So switch to Candace. Actually, so wait. So Candace, like here, yeah, Flynn's. It's an approximate mark. So this is at 14 frames. Yeah, okay. Interesting. The EE time was indeed, so like the first hit of Flynn's mini burst is about 3 seconds. And it definitely didn't seem like we ever got a second mini burst hit that ever got tenacity, but I wasn't positive. I thought we might have been getting tenacity on the first mini burst hit, but I'd have to go like double check again 100 times. I don't want to do that. But like, when we go from plunge calcs to frame watching Flynn's, we're frame watching Flynn's because I'm trying to see whether or not Flynn's has the timing leeway with his animations and how long it takes for him to jump up, fall down, to see whether or not he would get the 600% attack for any part of his buff, or sorry, his damage. But yeah, I don't think, assuming we were getting the tenacity buff on that first hit, that makes sense, because like timing from switching to Flynn's to this is that the first burst hit is about 3 seconds. So, or timing from like going from Candace here to here is like 3 seconds, but it's like on the line of 3 seconds. And then the follow-up hit is definitely past 3 seconds by like a good quarter of a second. It's like 15 frames later. Yeah. Yeah, it is 15. His follow-up burst hit is 15 frames later, which kind of matters. But yeah, for this boss, we shouldn't, the EE timing shouldn't matter. It's just a question of when the initial thing hits. So if I feel like it's a relatively safe assumption that it probably starts like, I don't know, man, you jump up actually pretty damn fast with this boss. Like, your falling time is like normal falling time, but your jumping up time is fairly accelerated. So it means there's not a ton of leeway. So I feel like here is like a safe assumption of when the buff might start. It could be slightly later, could be slightly sooner, but it's like I don't think it's any later than this point. And this is like max height, right? So this is 130. You know, I'm just gonna put it 2 frames to the right, just for simplicity. It's 128 technically, but I'm gonna say 130 because that's easier to subtract. That's yeah, okay. So first burst hit, and again, like this time frame might be able to be cut out, but then anything from this frame onwards, I don't think you can cut out. This is just all his animation time. He has straight up 215. He has straight up 3/4. He has 3/4 of a second in animation time. So for a 1.5 second buff duration time frame, he uses straight up half of the time frame in this burst animation here before any damage happens. It's not doing the plunge anyways. Does Flynn's mini burst count as a plunge attack? No, yeah.
Let us have a modicum.
It was specified that it doesn't work on a skill movement alone. Yes, yeah. That's why we're checking with jumping, right? We're checking with doing this sequence. Because if it did count with him, I understand why it doesn't count. You could say it's intentional Hoyo's part, but he literally teleports, right? He goes and teleports up and then like it is intentional on Hoyo's part, to be clear, but I don't think it's necessarily intentional on the level of making sure Flynn's doesn't work. And then he comes down, right? And the buff literally specifically applies. It's when going from below, apparently, is how it works. So they did specifically try to make it to make sure like characters like Flynn's have a harder time getting the buff. It's specifically applying going from like I assume the way it's coded is there's some kind of height threshold, right? There's some height threshold, and then as soon as the character goes from below up through the threshold, the timer starts. Yeah, go up, go down, down damage buff. So the question is like how much could you push this? But like if we're assuming what I think is realistic, 130 to here, which is when the first damage instance happens, this is 1.5 seconds right here. It's like actually almost exactly 1.5 seconds. My guess for like where the buff probably starts, which is like, you know, within these frames, and then to when the first burst damage instance happens is 1.5 seconds. Did I test Xiangling burst timing? I haven't, but I'm fairly certain it should be fine. Like seeing how long we can go record a clip quick. How much time do I have? I have maybe 30 minutes. We can go record a clip quick, maybe of both Fischl and Xiangling. But I suspect because they don't have this 1 second lag, right? And they also can plunge, right? Because they can jump up and then plunge, so they'll land like Fischl like Flynn's is hanging in the air here. Fischl and Xiangling should land here. So they spend like half a second in the air. She snapshots at the end of her burst animation? Okay, yeah, maybe not then. The burst doesn't, yeah, but like half a second in the air, and again, it's not going to start at the very beginning of the jump. It should start somewhere in between. And then like Xiangling burst would have to last over a second to not get snapshot. But she might be awkward because she has a polearm. But I'm not sure if her burst activation cancels the recovery animation for plunging. So we'll find out with that. And Fischl's seem... I'm pretty sure Fischl's is fast enough. Which is doing plunge E. So... Anyways, yeah, Flynn's I think is very sus. I think it's possible. I think it's unlikely to be able to get his second follow-up hit to get the buff, but I think it's possible that the first hit will be able to get buffed. This hit. I think that might be possible, but it might be sus and might literally rely on doing an animation cancel to cancel this short time frame from landing to when I actually activate burst. If you can cut down on this, I think it's definitely possible. If you can't cut down on this time frame, I don't think it is. And maybe there's something I'm missing here. Maybe the buff indeed does not start until you're all the way up here. And if the buff starts all the way when you're up here, and you can cut down on this time frame, then what is that? That's 136 to 317. Yeah, it might be possible. If it's possible that it starts at the max height and you can cut down on this animation timing, it might be possible to get both hits, but I think that's very sus and probably tricky. So yeah, anyways, let's go check ramp. Okay, we're here. We can record Xiangling quick. 4-frame window theoretically, yeah. And I'm not sure how like the animation cancel for Flynn's is gonna work for him falling. Wait. Okay, he can normal cancel. Interesting. He can cancel. So I don't know. There might be some frame save there. But I also think part of that delay we were seeing in like before the energy actually was consumed and before the burst actually started, that like 10 frame delay, I think that was like a potentially a server latency delay. So, but as far as server latency goes, depending on how this buff applies, it's possible high latency, low latency might be an advantage or disadvantage. I don't know. So, yeah. Let's go check Shungling though. Cat update reward or save for character review. I mean, it's only 1,000 points for cat update, but cat update will mean I will yap for like 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes about the cats that I saw yesterday. Where is Shungling? Shungling. All right. Need to get energy. Race you. Oh, is there an easy way to get energy here? Oh, let's just get energy in the enemy. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Okay. Let's just put a waypoint here, honestly. Should recognize that earlier, but I will. I'm walking the wrong direction, aren't I? That doesn't really matter. Okay. Do I have waypoints? Where are they? I have 2. Alright. 2 is good enough. Alright. Use...
Boba, get them! Faster, stronger! Drop your weapons!
Oh, I didn't funnel. Oops. Whatever. Okay. Oop. Don't forget to record. Alright.
Final warning!
Come on. Come on, dude. Alright, there we go.
Drop your weapons!
I'm gonna wait for that. Okay. So we do this. Alright, so someone's gonna have to clarify for me when exactly that starts. You said at the end of the burst animation. I think that's fast enough. I know. 54 frames after you hit Q. I love that you know that off heart. Alright. Let's go. Put that in. 56 actually. I love that you got corrected. You'll leave. Oh boy. Okay. So, all right. That obviously is good. So we delete that. All right. We jump to a Chivalrous, then we swap to Shungling. Okay. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Resize this a little bit. It doesn't need to be this big. Oh, what the hell? Why is it? Okay, whatever. Okay. There we go. Okay. And let's see. So we're gonna do the same thing. So jump starts like somewhere here, but again, buff doesn't actually start there. And and that plunge takes the long. Honestly, okay. You know what? The plunge takes longer than I thought,
The world
and I do not think that was a as fast as possible plunge. But
human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
okay, I'm just gonna mark that as the landing since the physical damage pops up. It's close enough. You simply run the games on high frames. What? What do you mean? I'm running at 60 FPS. That's what the game supports. Do. Yeah, again, the max height seems to happen like around here. I feel like with how high or how fast the max height jump happens. Okay, we kind of hung in the air for a little bit, but okay. So this is I think a pessimistic marker here. You can't even really see it, but this is I think a pessimistic marker right there. Maybe not pessimistic. I don't know. Let's see. But so land. First animation. This does take a while. She gets stuck in this pose for a few frames. It's funny. All right.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion.
Okay. So it takes. Well, okay. It takes. You told me it takes 56 frames
Unchanging.
from the start of what animation? Okay, I think it's from. It's somewhere here. We have like within the 3 frame range. Like this is obviously, yeah. She doesn't snapshot till the 3rd swing. Okay. So Q activation happens somewhere like here. So she like swings, swings, swings. So somewhere like there. Yeah, okay, that lines up. That does line up with about where I marked. Okay. So it's like here-ish. Alright, and where was my height marker here? So this was 1337. 1337. Let's turn on the magnet so it snaps. Okay. Yeah, 1337, 16. Okay. That is too long. Not that I did anything, that I did it perfect, but like, I spent a long time in the air here. Like longer than I think I spent longer in the air than I did with Flynn's. Almost, was it longer? I don't know if it was longer, but 2.7. It wasn't 2.7. It was like 2.3. But it's definitely way too long. Like I don't like. I could cut if I do like a faster plunge. Cut out this. That's like maybe you can push half a second from that. Maybe is my guess. And then pole arms and their fucking shittiness. Because thanks, Shao. So, I believe once I landed, I just tried to spam Q, but I wasn't exact. I don't know. I don't know if I was spamming Q. Falling might be. Yeah, it's possible falling might be faster. I'm not going to check that right now. But like, if this can be cut down either with falling or doing a plunge really quickly, this is the time frame to go to max height. It's very short. It's like it's like this is like a 50, let's see, it's 20 frames. This is a third of a second. Jumping to max height is a third of a second ish. If you can like jump and then plunge right away, that's some time save. And then, like, I don't know exactly where I input the plunge animation here. right there apparently. So this total time save might be saved. Which, yeah, is again about a half a second. So yeah, I think it feels like half a second could be saved, maybe more. But then I don't know what can be saved here. Again, I don't necessarily think I did it the fastest, but like, let's assume you can get rid of half of this, and that's another 10 frames. I don't think you can do it. I don't think Stygian can be snapshot. Shao global passive, yeah, pretty much. It might be possible, but I think it's more sus than Flynn's. I think it's more sus than Flynn's. That's my vibe. Sad. You can normal attack cancel the plunge landing and cancel the normal attack startup into W. Okay. Normal attack cancel the plunge landing. Yeah, so normal attack Q. But yeah, like the Q lasts so long. Into yeah. I don't know. I think it's really sus because you have like half a second. I spent the main thing. It was longer in the air initiating the plunge animation than I expected. So if you can cut down meaningfully on that, I think it's a solid maybe. But yeah, I don't think there's much need to test that honestly until it's out. Yeah, I think it's a solid maybe, but I think maybe even trickier than Flynn's to do on Stygian. Whereas Flynn's is like, I'm pretty sure you can do the first mini-burst hit. it felt like. Stygian is like, that's my vibe, but I say that also as someone who's not very good at doing animation execution. Sorry, I got a text from the person I'm gonna go see with the cat. Let me see what the drive is like. Oh my god, it's still a 30-minute drive? Oh, good gourd. I do need to end the stream soon then. Okay, we'll end the stream as soon as we check this. Don't redeem the cat, redeem anyway, by the way. I'm not gonna have time to tackle the cats, sorry. Tomorrow, maybe. We'll clear up. Okay. Alright, official.
The threads of your fate lie in my...
Okay. Netline. No, not Netline. Fontaine. Crap. Okay, start recording. Damn Shao global passive. Surely official. Official, you must be able to get 100,000 DPS. Surely. At least official. I care more about official snapshotting than Stygian. Both snapshotting would have been more fun though. Oh.
Stop right there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if a dash cancel on official makes sense. I'm just gonna spam E after I plunge. That's gonna be my goal. Okay. Alright. Well, that feels pretty fast. You should check quick as well, because you alternate, right? So what if I... Wait, actually, does anyone know when official snapshots for her burst? I'm not sure. Official Ozcast takes 38 frames. How does official snapshot work for burst? Because I think it's at the end. Because some rotations you're gonna have to burst, right? She got a 25. Wait, does she have cooldown reduction? No, it's extension of field time. Yeah, it's not cooldown reduction. Yeah. yeah, swap up instantly. Yeah. So if you can swap up instantly, but we'll just check the skill. You just need to remember to swap up, but it should be doable. Should be doable. Display capture, bring up. Let's see. I'm assuming the frame times are similar. Is a hope. We can check that.
And founded paradise. For I, Fischl,
Where's my
and the
folder?
Prinzessin der Verirrt-
Fischl's gonna be yapping. It's fine. We're checking Fischl. Okay. Okay. Zoom in. Oh, that's an easy frame to check. Yep, so certainly it starts right there. Yeah, you just immediately get to the top height. Okay, so again, I'm gonna
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I,
again like
Fischl,
whatever
and the
mark
Prinzessin
somewhere
der
like
Verirrt-
here, close enough for when the buff starts. Plunge. Okay, and then that's landing, but that's not really super important. Official Oz cast. Okay.
May the
So,
glory of the Prinzessin bring light to
is
this
it?
world.
Does the snapshot happen? I assume. Can we just mark the damage number appearing on screen? I feel like that's safe, right? Like here is when it snapshots, I presume. Shuttling a way harder pain in the ass because if her snapshot happens when Oz damage should snapshot. All right, sick. So from the literal launch of the jump, which again is not where the buff starts, but we are 1825, 25 frames, and 2040. So that is 2 seconds and 50. That's longer than I thought. Okay, shit. Fischl might be hard too. Okay, what about from when we're actually in the air? Oh, wait, 1845 is when they're in there. Sorry, what? 18? Oh, wait. No, 1845 was in the air. Yeah, okay. 2040, okay. Burst, plunge, resummon. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is like close to 2 seconds. But definitely less than Xiangling. Again, oh man. We really need to know when exactly the buff applies.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are
Look at this hang time, man. Like, am I inputting the plunge just really slow here? Or is this normal hang time? Cause like this is so much. So much. 2040 to 1845. Trying to like, okay, so what about the 40? Yeah. So for the, yeah, the reason people hate bow plunges.
I hear the voice of fate speaking my
Okay,
name
so
in
bows
humble
just have more.
supplication.
God damn it. Yeah, she spends way more. She spends more hang time in the air than Xiangling. I fucking. I think it's hard to see because it's blocked out, but like, I think activating the plunge is here, and she like launches up with the plunge animation. Start. And then starts falling. Like, I'm pretty sure plunge activation was like here, and it lasts until like here before she actually starts fucking falling. It's literally like a full ass half second wasted. It's like a half second wasted. I don't know about catalysts. I feel like catalysts are faster than this. Model size matters. I don't think it will. I could be wrong. I could be wrong because shorter models might be better because they like if it's height threshold entering a height threshold based on where the model is intersecting. It's possible there's a minor difference between tall models and short models. Yeah, character dependent as well about Albedo and Bennett. The fastest swords and Kaveh has a slightly different plunge as well. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, duh, because yeah. Well, shooties. I don't know. You tell me if there's anything in this animation that, like, here is like where I think is the optimistic scenario. That's like max height, I feel like, before the plunge animation starts. For where the buff would probably start counting down. And she wastes a half fucking second in the air. And then, you know. So like from here, that's 1930. We would have until I think here for Oz. Right? So if Oz, I mean, you said Oz snapshots, right? In 38 frames. And like there's a recovery there. Okay, I think here is when I activate the E. So I don't know if it's 38 frames from E activation or if that's latency problems, but if the buff starts on short plunge is possible, yeah. Okay, well, from when I press E, 38 frames is right here. And here is where I think it has to be able to snapshot the buff. Yeah. Yeah, like just before the big number is when the snapshot happens. It's like right here. Literally run one frame. So I don't know. This hang time fucks it. But like it's a close enough window here. But if you can reduce the hang time and then this time from the landing animation, this can be reduced. I don't know. I don't know. Man, maybe I should have tested this first before we did all the numbers. I don't know. Fall might be faster than plunge. That is true.